This is Post 41 Evanston Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and on the air at KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. Evanston Outlaw Baseball is brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear River Dental, The Best Western, Dunbar Inn and Legal Tender Restaurant, Elling Ford Brothers, Evanston Regional Hospital, Freeway Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, Dr. McKay Frankham, Mountain West Business Solutions, Plains Tire, Rocky Mountain Sign, T-Bar Body Shop, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, the Come On In Casper, Uinta County School District Number 1, West Star Printing, and by Rocky Mountain Yeti. Now, Outlaw fans, let's head to the diamond for today's game.
These are the games that matter. A big doubleheader for the Evanston Outlaws here at Ross Kesterson Field as they take on the Jackson Giants in town for two today as we welcome you live on MyLocalRadio.com and on KNYN. I'm Cullen Holt, joined by ELAN OLLIFF. This will be a very good matchup between the Outlaws and the Giants. Two critical games for these two teams as the Outlaws look to stay unbeaten and the Giants look to pick up a couple of crucial wins when they need them badly. We're going to have it live for you as the pregame show continues on MyLocalRadio.com and K9 The Big Dog.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunbar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunbar Inn.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Getting closer and closer to first pitch here in Evanston, Wyoming. I'm Cullen Holt. That's ELAN OLLIFF, and a very important set of games here on a Tuesday afternoon as the Outlaws look to keep their unbeaten conference record at 4-0. Jackson looking for their crucial first victories in conference at 0-4 after a couple of bouts with that team from the east side of the state in Casper. And ELAN, let me ask you this. If you're the Outlaws, these games have got to feel so important. How do you push aside all the weight around this game and just try to go to work?
I think it goes back to doing what you did last week. And really just play the game. Play your game. They did a great job against the Rock Springs Stallions in those 4 games. Just go back to playing Outlaws baseball and kind of just take care of business. I think the ball is completely in Evanston's courts. But, yeah, I think that's what you do is just take care of it.
Yeah, we're going to have a really good matchup here between Jackson and Evanston. It's a little bit cloudy. We might get a sprinkle or two, but you know, knock on wood, we shouldn't end up delaying games at all. The Jackson Giants wearing the all grays, the Outlaws in the blue tops, the white pants. We are so excited for this one. These two teams have had a number of good games over the years, and this season is no exception, so we're looking forward to them facing off in the games that will really count as the postseason is staring us down just a couple of weeks away. We'll be back with more. A chat with head coach Jason Mitchell is on the way on MyLocalRadio.com and on KNY.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Here with Evanston Outlaws manager Jason Mitchell. Coach Mitchell, your team sits at 4-0 after sweeping Rock Springs in the conference series. Now you guys open one against Jackson. If you guys are to get to 6-0, it pretty much mathematically locks you into a top 2 spot at state, which is where you want to be. How big are these 2 games this afternoon?
They are big. You're exactly right. You know, if we could get locked into that number 2 spot, we like where we're sitting.
And then, of course, the number 1 is not out of the picture either, because right now, unofficially, I guess you could say the number 1 is Casper because they played more conference games than you, but that'll end this time next week when you guys play Jackson. If they're undefeated, you guys go undefeated into those 4 games against Casper. We're at a Western Conference Championship Series in Casper.
That would be really exciting. That'd be a fun way to end it.
Coach, you got big hits, timely hitting from Jagger Mitchell, Hank Allred. Really, the offense seems to be kind of coming around right when you want it to, 2 weeks out of state. Do you guys like what you're seeing offensively and defensively as we come to the final couple weeks of the regular season?
We do like where our bats are at right now. That's kind of been a focus of ours, and we had a really nice week of hitting. At this point, I expect the kids just to hit the heck out of the ball today. I think you're going to see a lot of good hard hits, put the ball in play, and make Jackson make plays.
What do you expect defensively from your squad today?
Defensively, we've been pretty solid all year. I think we'll just keep on keeping on, and I don't see us taking a step backwards at this time of the year.
You and I have not talked about who may be pitching today, but since it's conference, it's your only games of the week. I would imagine Gus Allred is in there somewhere, maybe even a Jagger Mitchell or an Ashton Eldridge with a Kason Smith closing. Coach, where do you feel like your pitching is at as you're heading into the latter part of the season?
You're exactly right. We'll pitch Gus, and Ashton will be our 2 starters today. Kason and Jagger will be there to relieve, come in if needed. With these being our only games this week, we don't have to worry about pitch count. We can throw everybody. Next week we're going to need 6 pitchers at least. So next week's going to really test our bullpen for sure.
Is this practice week going to be focused on pitching to see who could fill those spots?
Absolutely, yeah, you got it.
Coach, between you guys and Jackson, it always seems to be a competitive, tense game. Have you prepared your first-time AA players for the first conference doubleheader against a team like this?
We have, yeah. We talked last night. We want to let our bats speak. We want to let our gloves speak. Keep our emotions under check and go out and just play outlaw baseball.
And it's worthy to note that these games were scheduled to be night games. So too are the games in Monday. But you and Coach Huggins worked together and got these rescheduled to day games so it would be more cost efficient for the teams. If you could talk about the relationship that the Outlaws have with Coach Huggins and how you guys were able to work this out.
Yeah, I texted him earlier in the week, and he completely understands. He knows that the cost of everything up in Jackson is just sky high. So I talked to him, and he agreed that it would save us a ton of money. And so we went ahead and made that switch on both sides of the bill.
Coach, real quick, key to a game, what's going to be, you feel like, the single most important thing in this doubleheader?
Momentum. If we can get momentum early and then just ride it. And communication's key. If we can communicate and talk, stay together as a unit, this group's hard to beat.
That's Coach Jason Mitchell, manager of the Evanston Outlaws. Coach Mitchell, thank you so much for the time. Good luck today against Jackson. Anything else?
No, thank you, and go Outlaws.
Such a great point. You play your first 4 conference games against a Rock Springs team that you've seen what feels like 100 times this season, a team with which they've got a very good relationship, and now you play a team you've only faced twice this season in Jackson, and it may be a little bit closer as far as the talent goes, and so it's going to be very competitive, and it's a great point that you brought up, Elan. He's got to prepare his guys for what's going to be, feels like, an intense and competitive game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not, I don't know if you can technically call it a rivalry game, but it's as close to what I think Evanston Outlaws have to a rival, a team that's somewhat close by, a team they're familiar with, and a team that always plays them all the way to the end, really.
Well, Evanston and Jackson have met twice this season. Both of those matchups went to the Outlaws 20-3 Evanston on May 16th, and much closer just a week later on the 23rd of May, a 3-0 win for the Outlaws at that Rock Springs tournament. That was that day that Matthew Peterson was there, and he had to run inside with his equipment because they called that one short. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll get you ready for first pitch between the Outlaws and the Giants on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
This First Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
You need only wait a few more moments before this game gets started between the Evanston Outlaws and the Jackson Giants. It's a conference doubleheader. Games at 1 and about 3:30, and we'll have them both live for you on MyLocalRadio.com and KNYN 99.1 The Big Dog.
When do you schedule doctor appointments?
In bed before I fall asleep. In the car waiting to pick up my kids.
We can even do it after breakfast.
We all lead busy lives. Online appointment scheduling puts you in control. In just 90 seconds, you can make an appointment with a primary care provider or specialist at evanstonanytime.com. Select the day and time most convenient for you. Enter some basic information, and just like that, you're scheduled for care. Schedule appointments for next day and beyond at evanstonanytime.com.
Two roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when two roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Right back in the press box above Ross Kesterson Field, the Outlaws, the Giants. We're going to see the man, Gus Allred, on the mound. They'll throw their ace in game one. And it feels like, you know, all the drama of the season and conference play and the games that matter for playoff implications kind of come to a head as the Outlaws will play Jackson. Their next 4 games are against the Giants. Then a stretch of 4 games against Casper. 2 teams that are tough to beat in some very important games. I'm Cullen Holt. That's Elan OLLIFF. And Elan, you know, you throw Gus Allred. This is a team that hasn't played in almost a week. How excited do you think they are for this one?
Well, there's 2 reasons they're excited for it. Number one, these are big games. You win these 2, and you kind of send a message that, hey, we are a top 2 team in the West, and we're going to get a favorable matchup on the first day at state. The other thing you have to look forward to is Gus Allred pitched beautifully last time he was out, and that was in that 13-3 win over Rock Springs. Let's go take a look at the box score from that one real quick. Allred, 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, only 2 of them earned, and double-digit 10 strikeouts.
And we saw Gus Allred pitch last weekend as well, not over this weekend that just happened, but before that. It feels like is just a machine. He goes out there, he gets the job done. When he hits his pitch count limit for the day, he steps off the mound and having done the job that he was supposed to do. But it has been fun to watch him perform, and he told us that his goal is to be the pitcher of the year in the West. He is searching for that, and he has been performing up to snuff. As we get the leadoff man here, this is Parker Bledgy for Jackson. It'll be a lefty-righty matchup, and the first pitch just misses. Looked like it was a bit inside for ball 1.
Yeah, Bledgy comes in with a .339 average. That's second highest on the team right now.
Allred kicks and deals, and that one finds the lower part of the zone for strike 1 to even the count up. And again, we've talked about Gus Allred a lot. He is not only a very talented pitcher for the Outlaws, but also very good in the field. He's played a lot of first base and has looked good there as well as he misses downstairs in the dirt, pitching to his brother Hank, who has really been excellent behind the plate this year as well. Hasn't gotten a ton of experience coming into this season, but boy, has he been fun to watch and has really started to pick it up at the plate as well as we've got ourselves a 2-1 count. And that offering on the 2-1 just misses off the outside corner, so now Allred behind. 3 balls, 1 strike to Bledgy.
Back to Hank Allred, you talked about how he hasn't had a lot of experience, and he's coming in replacing kind of like an Evanston legend in Reed Gross.
This one lifted. It'll be shallow right field, and moving back from second, Ryan Baldwin puts the squeeze on it. There's out number 1.
Sorry, Reed Gross. Apologies to Reed's parents who are probably watching. But yeah, Outlaws legend Reed Gross did not come back this last year, and that opened the spot for Hank to come in and kind of create a formidable duo with Jagger Mitchell behind the plate.
Hayden Grange stands in now, batting .392 on the season.
Hayden Grayland, he is the kind of offensive spark plug for this Jackson team.
Lower part of the zone. The first pitch, fastball from Allred for strike 1. Matt Fisher is on deck for this Jackson team. Again, wearing the all gray. They got Jackson written across the chest in block letters of black. That one just misses from Allred. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Let's go ahead and go through the batting lineup for the Jackson Giants. Parker Bledgy bats first. Aiden Grayland bats second. Matt Fisher bats third. We'll give you the rest of order after the pitch.
And that one just a bit inside again. Allred not missing by much as the count goes 2-1 to Aiden Grayland.
Steven Ashters bats fourth. Aaron Huggins bats fifth. Austin Van Skyke sixth. Bridger Hammond seventh. Lucas Grayland and Xander Witt 8 and 9.
Grayland up underneath this one, going right to Baldwin again. This time he comes in, and on the edge of the infield grass, he makes the catch for the second out. 2 pop-outs here. Not really Gus Allred's style, but it's getting the job done, and Ryan Baldwin is taking care of business on the other end.
I think he's thrown maybe 4 or 5 pitches to get those 2 outs. Outfield for the Evanston Outlaws, starting left to right. Talon Critchfield, Clayton Moyles, and Derek McDonald will give you the infield after the next pitch.
Matt Fisher stands in. This is another righty in the Jackson order. Looks like we got a lefty on deck here as the first pitch is swung on by Fisher, and he gets just enough of it to bounce it foul behind the dish.
A little bit of a change at first base. You've got Jaden Schneider, then Ryan Baldwin at second. Bodie Wicks at the hot corner at third, and shortstop Jagger Mitchell. Gus Allred pitching to brother Hank Allred.
Gus turns, kicks, and delivers, and that one low and outside. Trying to get him to chase, but Fisher won't bite. Allred turns, high kick with the left. This one bounced a high hopper towards short. Mitchell moving to his right. Long throw back to first, and a stretch by Schneider. Going to miss him by a stretch.
Man, what?
So at safe at first will be Fisher.
Man,
with 2 away.
What a move by Jagger Mitchell. That was about a glove-high bouncer. He was running up to charge it to try to make the play. Great effort. Just missed.
2 out single for Fisher as Steven steps into the box. First lefty in the lineup for Jackson, so Allred with a bit more of an advantage here. 2-step lead for Fisher at first as Allred looks over there. He'll throw from the stretch. And the first offering to him, popped up foul back behind the chain link that surrounds home plate. First pitch strikes have been the MO for Allred in this one. And those are so important at this level, it feels like. Allred again checking the runner. That's Fisher at first. Sun has peeked out behind the clouds as Steven calls time. Aaron Huggins is now on deck if he can extend the inning with 2 outs. Steven batting .250 this season. As he readies for the 0-1 delivery and fouls that off, was underneath it again as he slices it back into the protective netting. Mitchell playing deep at short and close to the bag at second for now. Now he'll move back as they watch for a 2-out steal here from Fisher at first. And Mitchell steps back in now onto the infield dirt as Allred delivers. There he goes. Fisher down to second, and that was a strike him out as he got him looking. Lower part of the zone, 3rd strike called, and that'll do it for the inning as Allred gets that 3rd out. And the Outlaws offense will introduce you to their lineup when we come back. No score through half an inning, and it'll be Evanston hitting next on MyLocalRadio.com and KNYN.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper. As one of the region's most visited websites, MyLocalRadio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on MyLocalRadio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit MyLocalRadio.com today to stream it all live.
We head to the bottom of the first. Let's take a quick look at how the Outlaws will come to the plate. Clayton Moyles lead things off in the catcher, Hank Allred, followed by brother Gus, who's on the mound. Jagger Mitchell, Bodie Wicks, and Derek McDonald are the middle of the order. In the bottom third is going to be Baldwin, Critchfield, and Schneider. No score as we head to the home half of the opening frame. Jackson and Evanston, the Outlaws wearing the blue tops with the white pants. And Moyles, the right-handed hitter, will stand in as he faces off against the Jackson lefty. Little half swing on the first offering. Gets enough of it to foul it back for strike one.
Yeah, Cade Falk, the starting pitcher for Jackson, comes in with a 1-3 record, 4.06 ERA in 7 games started and 9 appearances and 41.1 innings pitched. Only 24 earned runs, 49 hits, 45 strikeouts to 38 walks. He is the strikeout leader on the team, so we got the 2 aces on the bump for both teams in game 1.
Falk fires one downstairs, blocked in the dirt by Aiden Grayland. Again, Jackson in kind of the light gray with that almost black and red cap with the red bill as that pitch misses outside, 2-1. 2-ball offering, 2 lefties on the mound as this one is hit on the ground. Scooped at second. The throw to first by Van Skyke is in time. And it's 1 up, 1 down to start the bottom of the first for the Outlaws.
Yeah, great play by Van Skyke. He was patient with it. It's really easy to overplay that and try to charge it to make a play, but he knew he had time and threw it over to first.
Hank Allred hitting .305 as of late. It's been fun to watch him play. He's gone yard a couple times in the last few games, and he faces another lefty here as he's ready for the first offering from Falk, and that one finds the outer corner for strike one.
Yeah, good. I think Hank is going to go ahead and just kind of take the first pitch just to see where Falk's going to go. They haven't faced this pitcher yet.
Gets a piece of that one. Slow roller on the ground. Charging from short is Bledgy. He'll throw to first, and it's in there just in time. Beat him by a step. And a nice stretch there by Ashurst at first as well as the Outlaws are 2 up, 2 down.
That was a great snag by Ashurst at first. That one looked like he scooped it on the first bounce and just kind of did that expertly done.
So Gus Allred steps in. This will be a lefty-lefty matchup and a little pitcher-on-pitcher crime as well as the first pitch runs outside.
You know, on May 16th when they played in that 20-3 win for Evanston and Jackson, Gus Allred not only got the win as a pitcher, but got 6 RBIs.
6 ribbies for Allred. Here comes the 1-0, and he'll be underneath it. Pops it up foul over the Jackson dugout. And the count pulls even at 1 apiece. Jagger Mitchell is on deck with 2 away. See if the Outlaws can get it to the cleanup man as that one's downstairs and a little outside as well. Allred back in front, 2 balls and a strike. Gus wearing the elbow protector on that front right arm. Got the little stirrups action as well with the pants pulled up, and that one finds the zone. Lower half of the strike zone, but in there anyways. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
A lot of 2s on that Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Yeah, 2 away, but nobody on as Allred leans away from a pitch inside. He definitely sold that one a bit. It did miss, but it didn't miss by as much as Allred wanted it to. And we've got a full count now. Falk ready for the payoff delivery. High kick and a delivery. This one bounced first base side, coming in from second. And the throw will be away from Ashurst. Austin Van Skyke had a pretty good scoop, but his throw was offline, and safe at first with 2 away is Allred. And Elan, you're putting that down as E4?
I'm actually putting it down as a single because if you watch the timing, he was there and he could have easily legged it out. It was a slow roller that went towards Van Skyke, and it just hit well. So I'm actually thinking single. We'll see what the Outlaws scored on Game Changer. I'll keep an eye on that.
I'm always in favor of giving the offense the benefit of the doubt. As Jagger Mitchell stands in, a couple of 2-out hits for these teams. And a runner on with 2 away. We'll see if Mitchell can have a different result than Jackson did in the top of the first, as we are scoreless on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The righty stands in, takes a big swing at the first pitch. It was downstairs. Mitchell chased it for strike 1.
And that official scoring is E4, so I got that one wrong. So it will be an error on the Jackson team. So any runs in this inning would go unearned.
.431 is the batting average for this guy. Jagger Mitchell lifts that one out toward left. It's hit a long way, but trailing foul. And it will bounce just shy of the foul fence in left field.
If anyone knows Jagger Mitchell, they know he's going for that left field line, putting it in that coffin corner. And with the speed of Gus Allred at first, that could have opened up the scoring in this one.
So the 0-2 count for Mitchell, facing the lefty Falk as he sways the bat. Now he readies. That delivery runs inside, and no surprise here, Jagger Mitchell, yet another free base on the HBP. He has had plenty of those in his tenure with the Outlaws, as that'll bring up Bodie Wicks, who has also been hitting well lately. He's been fun to watch, kind of a big presence in the box and just a really smart hitter.
That's 14 hit by pitches for Jagger Mitchell. Second place is 9 for Kason Smith. So again, Jagger out by a mile on that statistic. But that is not nearly as high as it was this time last year. I want to say we were in the 20s with him last year.
2 on, 2 away. Wicks gets a good piece of this one, but lines it foul on the third base side.
Good idea by Wicks. Just straighten that out a little bit more. There's a lot of real estate between the right field line and the right fielder. Not really playing any type of shift. He's the right fielder, Graylin, just not playing very close to that line. So if Wicks can put something along any of the line, as Fisher's also over there in third ways or left ways, that could do some damage.
He's found a groove as a placement hitter lately. As Falk delivers, Wicks lifts this one. Center field, moving left is Witt. He's got a long way to run. That one is gone. Left center, Wicks, take a lap. 3-run homer, and the Outlaws strike first.
That's Wicks' second of the game.
Bodie Wicks goes yard. And that one just kept on carrying out there to left center.
And the Outlaws have equaled what they did back in May, putting up 3 runs in the first inning.
Derek McDonald.
So Derek McDonald comes up after the 2-out moonshot. And he stands in with the bases empty to take ball 1.
Well, the Evanston Outlaws, their goal is to get runs every inning. Well, mission accomplished in 1. We'll see if they can add on a few more.
McDonald, the righty, big swing at the next offering. Fastball blew it by him. 1 apiece on that Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston leading 3-0. Ryan Baldwin, if this inning were to continue, would be hitting next. And there's a nice paint job on the outside corner from Falk. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McDonald, big swing, misses a fastball. That'll do it for the bottom of the first, but Bodie Wicks does the damage. 3-run shot to left center, and the Outlaws in front. See if the defense can hold that lead when we come back on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Shona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. ShonaValley.com, member NCUA.
Gus Allred out for his second inning of work as we head to the top of the second. And he's got a 3-run cushion behind him. Bodie Wicks launched one to left center. And the Outlaws in front 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Huggins, Van Skyke, and Hammond due up for Jackson in this one. And you feel like Allred, you've seen the way he's pitched when he's ahead. When he's confident, that's when he's at his most dangerous.
Yeah, and you got to look at the scoreboard. 3-0 on that 3-run shot by Bodie Wicks. that gives you something to kind of hang your hat on. And Gus, he's probably going to get a little bit more aggressive because it's not often that a team's able to put up 3 runs on him.
Yeah, Derek McDonald has been pitching well. Jagger Mitchell, obviously, has been doing a great job. We've seen good performances from guys like Caleb Gooding coming out of nowhere. Kason Smith has been strong. And you feel like the Outlaws over the course of the season have developed a solid pitching staff.
Yeah, and you missed the number 2. You've got Eldridge, Ashton Eldridge.
You're absolutely right. Glossed right over him.
He's worked his way to that number 2 spot. Matter of fact, I think that's who we're going to see if what Jason Mitchell said is accurate. So, yeah, they've got a really strong pitching core, and you got to think with a 3-run lead, they look pretty good.
And then Allred Eldridge has kind of been that 1-2 punch in these doubleheaders for the Outlaws. It feels like, or at least that's how things are trending. And it's worked well for him as well, as Allred deals to the leadoff man here in the second. It's Aaron Huggins, who's batting 5th, and he fouls it off, bouncing on the first base side.
Yeah, Huggins coming in as the designated hitter for Cade Falk. So he's not going to be in the field, but they want his bat in there.
Allred gets the sign from Hank. Lefty-righty delivery on the 0-1, and changed up the speed, got him to leave early in a swing and a miss. So, too.
Yeah, that was one where he completely fooled Huggins. He didn't really know what to do with that offering, as Allred has just been dealing thus far in this game.
Huggins, 189 on the season for the batting average. Takes another swing at an off-speed pitch downstairs, misses, and there goes the first batter on 3 pitches.
Yeah, strikeout number 2 for Gus. Scott Allred, his dad, gave me a number. I'm not going to give it because I don't want to spoil it, but I'll let you know when we get close.
So Austin Van Skyke, another lefty, the second southpaw hitting in the order for this Jackson team. Face off against Allred, the fellow lefty. Top of the second, 3-0 Outlaws. Allred square to the plate. Now he turns, kicks, and delivers. First offering lifted. This could be playable. It is fading foul toward the Jackson dugout, and Wicks giving chase. We'll watch it go out of play for just a long strike 1. Beautiful day for baseball. Man, I tell you what, especially with the sun out right now.
Light breeze.
Yeah, it is not too hot, and this is quintessential summer baseball weather here in Wyoming.
Wind blowing across the field right to left.
And that one golfed at just enough to muscle it foul on the first base side, maybe 2 or 3 feet wide of the first base bag. So an 0-2 hole here for Austin Van Skyke with Hammond on deck. Allred gets the sign, turns and fires. Swing and a miss. And there it is. 2 guys faced and 2 struck out for Allred. Man, and some good-looking pitches as well.
Yeah, with the 3-run lead, Gus Allred gets in his zone. This could be a fairly great game for Gus. I mean, that first inning, they give up the single, but then look at how he comes back. He doesn't even worry about the man that's going to steal second, just blows a strike right past the batter to get that first strikeout, and now he's retired 3 in a row via the strikeout.
That one lower part of the zone, and a first pitch strike served up to Hammond, who's hitting 190 this season. For the Giants, this is a lefty-righty matchup for Allred. Trying to make an 0-1, 0-2, and he just misses. 3-0 Evanston. Bodie Wicks, 3-run shot in the bottom of the first. As Allred delivers the 1-1, and that one sliced foul right back behind the dish.
Bodie Wicks and Jaden Schneider, the quarter infielders, moving their gloves up and down as if it's a mouth telling the team to continue to talk. That's one thing that they've been very good at this season is communication. They're very rarely quiet out there.
Allred the 1-2, and Hammond gets just enough of it to stay alive as it rolls back toward the warning track behind the batter's box.
Hammond doing a good job keeping up with Gus Allred. He hasn't swung at air yet. Gus has gotten him to foul twice. That's where he's gotten those 2 strikes. We'll see what Allred does here. He may try to just blow it past him or change up the speed on that outside part.
1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a fastball, but hit on the ground to second. Baldwin off balance. He scoops it anyway, and a light toss over to first for out number 3. The Outlaws get them in order, and they'll be back to try to add to that 3-0 lead when we return. Bottom of the second is next on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball. Baldwin, Critchfield, and Schneider on mylocalradio.com and KNY.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com.
Well, leading things off for the Outlaws in the bottom of inning number 2 is the guy that made a great defensive play to end the away half of this frame as he takes the first pitch outside from Falk. Ryan Baldwin, he was off balance charging in from second. Kind of had to reach out with that left hand to pick the ball up and then made the throw in time to get out that final batter as Baldwin hitting, looks like 244 on the season as we get to the bottom third of the order for the Outlaws. Takes a ball there.
Yeah, the Outlaws is a team hitting 279 this season, and as opposed to Jackson, 220.
On the 3-0, that pitch in the dirt, and Falk issues a 4-pitch walk to Ryan Baldwin to lead off the second. So a runner on, and here comes Talon Critchfield. This is a conversation we've had a few times on the air, Elan, but when you get to the bottom part of this Outlaws order, you still got guys that are producing offensively, and that sure does go a long way for this Evanston team.
Yeah, I mean, Talon Critchfield only 182 batting average, but a 422 on base percentage, so big disparity there. He is on 29 walks. That is number 1 on the team. So he's a very patient batter, and if he can draw another walk, that's good news.
Takes strike 1, outer half of the plate, and then another one up and away for ball 1. This is Talon Critchfield, who's played very well in center as of late. He's gotten some pretty good jumps on a few balls that were hit hard and tracks him down when you think he won't. Throw back to first. Baldwin slides in safely. Ball gets away, though, and so Baldwin will hustle on down to second base on the mistake by the Jackson defense.
And now that changes things a little bit more if you're Critchfield. At first you were looking to maybe get on, somehow move that runner over, but now you got Baldwin over in scoring position. And now you're thinking, hey, if I can move him over with a sacrifice or a fielder's choice, anything, just don't hit it towards that left-hand side of the field.
Next offering upstairs on the 1-1, 2 balls and a strike. Got a runner in scoring position now with the 9-hole hitter Jaden Schneider on deck. Critchfield, right-handed hitter, stands in. He's in a crouch as Falk checks the runner at second and deals a little too tall. And now you got a hitter's count for Critchfield, 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, and again, Critchfield leads the team on walks. Second place is Gus Allred, but Critchfield clear of him by 6 with 29.
Falk again looking back at second. Now he kicks and deals. That one upstairs as well. 4-pitch walk, now a 5-pitch walk. And there's 2 on with nobody gone. And barring the rare triple play, the Outlaws will see the top of the order again after Jaden Schneider's at bat. And Evanston got a little something brewing here in the bottom of the second.
Yeah, you get that 3-run, 2-out homer by Bodie Wicks, and now you've got your first 2 guys on via the walk. You really couldn't ask for much more of a better start if you're Evanston in these first 2 innings.
Outlaws up 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Schneider showing bunt, and he misfires as it fouls back behind home plate.
A little bit of a crafty move there by Jaden. The infield not expecting bunt at all. Now that he's done that, we'll see if they try to run it back.
And when you're a versatile hitter that can, play the short game like that, create some tough situations for defenses. As Schneider is around to bunt again, runners with big leads, and that pitch misses downstairs as Schneider holds off, and the count goes even 1-1. This is game 1 of 2 today. Conference doubleheader against Jackson. The second one will get going around 3:30, mostly just a half hour after the end of this one. Falk steps off the rubber for a moment. Schneider back in the box. This is the 1-1 offering. Another bunt shown, and that one misses low and away. And Jaden Schneider seems to have control of the situation as he's kind of got the defense for Jackson guessing a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if he offers it again.
2 balls and a strike. Falk checking the runners at first and then second. Now he deals. Schneider will bunt. Had to go upstairs for that one. Pushes it down. They'll throw to first to get Schneider, but he does his job and the runners advance. 2 in scoring position now for the Outlaws, and here comes the top of the order as Clayton Moyles makes his way into the batter's box, and the Outlaws, with 1 away and 2 on, have a chance to add to their 3-0 lead.
I've been saying it for the last few games, but Clayton Moyles is due a big game offensively, and now you got 2 runners on. A base hit could score both of them. This could be the start of it.
Moyles ready. Falk getting the signs. Now he'll check both runners, third, first, then second. Short kick and a delivery. Moyles down the third base line, stabbed there, and a real good stop by Hammond. His throw over to first on target, and the runners will hold at second and third. It was hit hard by Moyles, but how about Hammond? It was hit right at him, and he dealed it beautifully.
Yeah, Hammond literally eyes Baldwin back to third, looks at him, basically says, "You're not going to get anything out of this." So Baldwin comes back and then throws over to first for the out.
That's about as well played as it could get for the Jackson defense in that situation. Hit down the third base line. So now 2 away and 2 on. Jackson trying to get out of a jam here, and they're on the verge of that as the first pitch misses upstairs from Falk. But Hank Allred looking to do something about it and get these runners moving as he stands into the right-handed batter's box, and he's got a 1-0 count now. Falk delivers a little bit of a higher kick this time, and that one right down Main Street to even the count.
Yeah, if Hank's able to get on, that'll bring up Gus Allred, who got on via the error and came around and scored on the Bodie Wicks 3-run shot.
Falk delivers the 1-1. Allred chases on a pitch in the dirt, 1-2, and Allred 0 for 1 today. Grounded out to short his first time up. 2-hole hitter in the lineup for the Outlaws. 2 gone. Evanston up 3-0. Runners at second and third. That is Critchfield and Baldwin. This one in play at short, charging and throwing to first. It won't be there in time. Bledgy made a good effort, but Hank Allred out-hustles the throw by 2 steps. Baldwin comes in to score, and the Outlaws add another one, leading 4-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Here comes Gus Allred with runners and the corners.
Yeah, good move by Hank Allred. That was one of those ones where it just slowed down. It made Bledgy kind of rush it a little bit, and the throw literally dies right before it hits the dirt at first base.
Allred stands in, lefty-lefty matchup. First time around against Falk. He reached as that pitch misses inside. Single for Allred. He would come around to score on the homer by Bodie Wicks. So he's got a runner 90 feet away. That's Talon Critchfield, who's got a 2-step lead off the bag at third. Falk from the stretch. That's upstairs, ball 2.
Yeah, and if you get him on via the walk, you got bases loaded for Jagger Mitchell. That's not a situation that Jackson wants to be in at all because everybody looks to be pitching around Jagger. But if you got nowhere to put him, you have to pitch to him.
Falk delivers, pitch downstairs. Lots of velocity behind that one as Allred whiffs on it.
Swing so hard that his elbow guard came off.
Yeah, you got to think he was thinking swing all the way on that pitch. It certainly seemed like it. Allred stands back in. Falk looking around, gets his bearings, and now he settles that left foot into the rubber as he delivers. And that one finds the lower part of the zone for a strike. We're all even at 2-2.
It's kind of hard to tell from the angle we're at because we're just off of that left-handed batter's box. But that looked like a really good pitch by Falk that just kind of had some velocity and died and caught the window.
Allred swings at this one down the first base line and fair. That'll bring Critchfield home. Allred rounding for third on the single, and he'll be in standing. Add another one on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. This time an RBI single for Gus Allred, and the Outlaws lead at 5-0. Here comes Jagger Mitchell. Runners on the corners still with 2 away, and a little 2-out rally for the Outlaws. But really, thanks in part to Ryan Baldwin and Talon Critchfield, these guys at the 7 and 8 spots who got on to start off the inning.
Yeah, but then you got to also talk about that great bunt by Jaden Schneider that moved the runners over to this position.
Mitchell wanting a lot of that one, swings and pops it up foul behind home plate. Back it out of play. Jagger Mitchell, he's been an offensive powerhouse for the Outlaws. Hit by a pitch his last time up. .431 the batting average on the season. We're in the bottom of the second. Outlaws lead is 5. And he's a right-handed hitter facing the lefty Falk. That pitch in the dirt and a good block by Grayland to hold the runners at first and third. And the count goes even 1-1.
A team-high 39 RBIs and 5 homers for Jagger. 11 doubles as well.
Double might bring 2 home. Falk offers up the 1-1, and that one lifted foul out of play on the first base side. So Mitchell behind 1-2. It doesn't feel like he's behind, though. He's been seeing the ball well in this at-bat. But Falk just 1 strike away from getting out of the inning. 2 have come across already in the home half of the second. Hank at third, Gus at first. The Allreds aboard, and a pitch downstairs blocked in the dirt again by Grayland. Might have gotten a piece of his ankle or something, so he's going to walk out to the mound to give himself a few extra moments to recover. Jagger Mitchell will have a chat with Jason Mitchell. Coach in third, and it looks like Hank Allred will join the conversation.
I don't think we can talk enough about how well that bunt from Jaden Schneider went. It went right up the middle. Falk had no choice but to get the out at first, and it moved the runners over that. I think that is really the linchpin to what we're seeing right here in this inning.
Well, here's what I really think was impressive about that Schneider bunt is he had to go way upstairs to get it
and brought it down.
Was able to avoid popping it up and ends up with a successful bunt, which is not easy to do. A lot of times if you're crouched down, squaring to bunt, and the pitch goes way upstairs like that, guys will get up underneath it, pop it up, and then the whole point is moot. But here comes a 2-2 to Mitchell, low again. So the count runs full. Obviously, you don't want to give Mitchell something to hit, but you are just 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Lots of trouble for Jackson, though, with the speedy Hank Allred at third. There's the payoff, low and away, and the bases are juiced for Bodie Wicks, who went yard last time. If he were to do so again, we'd be bringing 4 runs home as Bodie Wicks walks to the batter's box. Outlaws again, blue jerseys, white pants. Wicks has got the stirrups as well. Lefty-righty matchup for Falk. I love that Wicks uses the Jaws theme to walk up here. As Falk delivers way upstairs, Wicks leans away, ball 1.
Let me ask you a question, Cullen. As a pitcher, if you were seeing a guy that just went yard against you, what's your inclination to go? You giving him something to hit, or are you trying to get around him?
It's a different story when the
I know,
bases are loaded.
I'm just forget that. Is that what you're trying to get around him, right? But
well, yes.
Now
if
you're
the bases
not.
were not loaded, I don't want to give him anything to hit. I don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, so now I'm just illustrating the tough situation that Falk kind of has himself in. He's got a pitch to Bodie Wicks, who's seen him really well today.
2-0, high hopper towards short. Coming in from third to play it is Hammond. His throw is low, but it's scooped by Ashurst to end the inning. Wicks with the high hopper gets out on the ground ball, but the Outlaws tack on a couple more. They lead at 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We go to the third next on MyLocalRadio.com. A First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball. We're also on KNYF.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Top of the third, Outlaws and the Giants of Jackson. 5-0 Evanston on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. 3 in the first, 2 in the second. Gus Allred got a shutout going thus far, looking to keep it going here as we head to the third frame.
Yeah, and so far with 3 strikeouts, he's faced 1 batter shy of the minimum, so really a good start for Gus Allred. And now you continue to give him the run support. This becomes more and more of an uphill battle for Jackson.
8-9-1 batting here in the third. Grayland, Witt, and Bledgy. That'll be Lucas Grayland to lead things off. The wind's starting to pick up. It almost feels like it's blowing in from left. But it might be blowing in just straight from center field as the flag is kind of whipping around a little bit here. Hank Allred behind the dish, the backstop for the Outlaw defense. And like we said, Gus still on the mound. Lucas Grayland hitting 137, playing right field today for the Giants.
Lucas Grayland.
Allred, the lefty, going to pitch to a righty to lead things off. And the first offering to him. Inside ball 1. This Outlaws program not only having success at the AA level, but some good news from the lower levels this week as well for the Outlaws.
Yeah, the C team goes into the state tournament as the number 1 seed. That's going to get started on July 15th. Good luck to that C team. I've talked to plenty of people that think they have a legitimate shot at bringing that title back to Evanston.
Allred finds the zone on that one, a strike looking. So a 1-1 offering here as a big cut and a miss for Grayland. Falls behind, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wanted all of that one and got a fastball and just couldn't connect.
And that C team is going to be at the AA level in about 2 years, if my math is correct. So if you can have a state championship down at the C level and then you bring them up in 2 years, it's going to be an exciting few years to be an Evanston Outlaw fan.
Allred goes upstairs just above the zone. Couldn't get him to chase, so it's ball 2.
Of course, this 2021 team really seems to be peaking and starting to get things figured out at the perfect time. Here you are 2 weeks away from the state tournament.
Allred now goes downstairs, and still nothing doing from Grayland as he has worked his way all the way back to a full count after being down 1-2. Allred taking a long look at Hank. Now he's decided on a pitch. He'll deliver it, swing and a miss, and down goes Grayland. 1 up, 1 down. Took him all the way to a full count, but Allred gets the job done, and here comes the 9-hole hitter, Xander Witt.
And that the pitch count is not going to be a problem for Evanston. This is their only games this week, so they can pitch whoever they want, however long they want, as long as they stay under that 105. And with the way Allred has been going, you got to believe that they're thinking about that.
Won't be back in action again until Monday as the first pitch to Witt is upstairs for ball 1. They'll take on this Jackson team again in another doubleheader, but on the road. And that will start a very interesting week for the Outlaws and a very busy week for Evanston as well, as the next offering finds the zone outer half of the plate, and the count is even, 1 ball, 1 strike. One away, nobody on for Jackson here in the top of the third. Outlaws leading at 5-zip on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as Gus delivers the lefty-righty matchup and bounces it. Gets away from Allred, but no harm done with nobody on. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Looked like Gus might have tripped up because his delivery was way lower than usual. Maybe he found like a hole on the mound with his toe on that plant foot.
Gus turns and fires the 2-1. That one low and away in the dirt again. 3 balls, 1 strike here to Witt. Top of the order is on deck as Parker Bludgy eyeing Gus and trying to get his rhythm all put together before he comes to the plate. But for now, the 3-1 count to Witt as Allred serves it up. And that one above the zone. It's a 5-pitch walk as Witt, the 9-hole man, gets on with 1 away. The guy who popped up to second to lead off this game.
At bat, number 4.
Now steps in against Gus Allred. Boy, wouldn't you love a ground ball for a double play here if you're the Outlaws. This defense has been playing so well, and it seems like the offense feeds off of good defensive plays. Another righty for Allred. Taking a long look at Witt over at first, and now he fires that one in the dirt. Allred blocks it. Runner goes down to second. The throw was good, but just a half-second late as Mitchell couldn't apply the tag before Witt slides in.
Yeah, good heads-up play by Hank Allred just to keep that close. Maybe a split second sooner, and that's an out at second.
Good tag by Mitchell as well, but just an even better jump by Witt at first when he saw that ball in the dirt. Allred now checking the runner in scoring position at second. Now he turns his attention back to the plate and fires one lower part of the zone for strike 1 on the 1-0 count. So we're even up, 1 apiece. Allred fires that one, misses outside. 2 balls and a strike here to Parker Bludgy. Aiden Grayland is on deck now in a 1-out situation with a runner in second. Allred will check back that way. Sets chest high and delivers. This one popped way up. Center field, circling underneath and making the catch. Clayton Moyles, and that will be close enough to hold Witt at second. So no harm done with the fly ball to center. Still a runner in scoring position, but now with 2 away for Aiden Grayland.
Number 3, Aiden
He also popped up to second his first time up. And another right-handed hitter for the Giants. Base hit could score a run here. Jackson looking to get on the board for the first time with the Outlaws leading 5-0. Allred delivers this one lifted. Left center field. Long run for the outfield. Moyles will call him off as Critchfield was also moving in. He'll make the catch, and Moyles records the final 2 outs as the Outlaws force Jackson to leave a runner in scoring position, and they still lead at 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The bottom of the third is next, and we'll have McDonald, Baldwin, and Critchfield due up when we come back on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and The Big Dog.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankum, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankum.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankum at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Home half of the third inning, Outlaws with a nice comfortable 5-0 lead, which could disappear any moment, though, with the way that Wyoming American Legion baseball plays out. With that being said, the defense has been stellar for Evanston in this game, including a long-running catch for Clayton Moyles in center to end the top of the third and bring the offense back to the plate. Here comes Derek McDonald, 0 for 1 with a strikeout, swinging as he takes a hack at the first pitch and misses. We'll have McDonald, Baldwin, and Critchfield leading off the bottom of the third. Another big swing and miss for McDonald. That time a fastball served up by Cade Falk. Here comes the 0-2. Goes outside with it, trying to get him to chase, but McDonald will stay put. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that pitch downstairs blocked in the dirt. After falling into an 0-2 hole to start this plate appearance, McDonald has come back with an even count, 2 apiece. And the lefty-righty offering from Falk. This one lifted foul. Right field side, back over the Outlaws dugout and out of play. Oh no, looks like somebody gonna end up with a dent there. Love the sound effects here in the ballpark. That one lower half of the zone, got him looking. And down goes McDonald for out number 1. So Baldwin stands in. Cade Falk on the mound for the Giants. Got some good baseball lineage, as that one on the first offering is lifted foul by Baldwin. His father, Keith, spent a good bit of time in the majors, 97 to 06.
Won a World Series with Boston.
Baldwin fouls that one back into the catcher's glove. So an 0-2 count for him. Time with the Giants, the White Sox, cup of coffee with the A's, and then Red Sox, and finished his career back with Oakland as Baldwin takes strike 3. And now Cade Falk seems to have found his groove. 2 away, nobody on for Talon Critchfield. Couple of strikeouts to start the inning. Critchfield walked his first time up and takes the first pitch in there for a strike. And wow, yeah, Cade Falk has definitely settled in here. Next offering downstairs, starting to smell like rain, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully not enough to force us to pause for a bit as that pitch finds the outer corner. Strike 2 on the 1-1 delivery. Career ERA of 4.06, and with the ups and downs of baseball and a long career like that, pretty impressive from Keith Falk as Critchfield swings at an offering upstairs, comes up empty-handed, and a 1-2-3 in order. Falk strikes out the side in the bottom of the third. Outlaws still in front, though, 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The fourth is next when we return on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and 99.1.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Light rain coming down at Ross Kesterson Field. Gus Allred out for his 4th inning of work as he tries to defend a 5-0 lead for Evanston on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bridger Hammond leads things off.
I think it's Matt Fisher.
As Allred delivers this one right back up the middle. A diving stop by Baldwin. The throw to first is in time. And how about Ryan Baldwin? Has he been putting on a show today?
Yeah, absolutely great job by Ryan Baldwin today to get Matt Fisher out at first.
Number 32, Stephen Ashurst.
So here comes Stephen Ashurst. Ryan Baldwin flashes some leather there. Covers a lot of ground, going parallel to get it. And the lefty-lefty offering from Gus Allred is outer part of the zone for strike one. Stephen Ashurst 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking first time around against Allred. And the Outlaws with that 5-run lead. Here's the 0-1 offering up and away. Boy, Ryan Baldwin. I mean, this is a guy who has, he's always been good on defense, but I just feel like lately he's just been so special at second. As that one, a little bit of movement on it, ends up being too far inside, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, you've always got the impression that, he was great offensively in the Rock Springs doubleheader in Rock Springs, and you've always got the impression that he's one of those bubbling under type players that he's going to catch fire, and right now, along with the rest of the Outlaws, it seems like he's catching fire at the exact time you want to.
Aaron Huggins in a one-out situation with the bases empty takes a swing at a 2-1 offering and tips it back into the glove of Hank Allred. Count goes even, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We'll see if he can get Stephen Ashurst to strike out again.
Aaron Huggins on deck. Allred gets the sign. Now he turns, kicks and delivers the 2-2, and a late swing and miss. As down goes Ashurst on strikes, and the Outlaws defense right back in rhythm. First 2 up go down in order. And here comes Huggins, who's also 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging and a right-handed hitter.
That's 5 strikeouts for Gus so far in this one.
And we said it, when he is most dangerous is when he's most confident. When you put 5 runs behind him, that certainly helps in the confidence department. As Allred deals up the first offering, and that's in there for strike 1. Lower part of the zone, good-looking pitch from Allred, by the way. Seems like the rain has subsided a bit. Infield dirt just a touch wet as Allred deals on the 0-1 and misses low and away.
Yeah, that breaking ball didn't miss by much. That rain probably felt really good to the players out there, just enough to cool you off and get ready for the rest of the day.
1-1 on the way from Gus, and that one downstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outlaws defense been the same since we started. It's not like that that tournament, 4th of July tournament down in the Salt Lake Valley, as Allred deals a 2-1, and that one lifted foul back to the right side of home plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, where the Outlaws had all 14 players in the batting order, and they rotated on defense. Everybody has been staying put. Critchfield, Moyles, McDonald left to right across the outfield. As Allred readies and serves up the 2-2. This one bounced in fair territory, third base side. Wicks charges, throws over to first, and the routine 5-3 ground out will end the inning as the Outlaws hang tight to the 5-0 lead that they've got on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. When we come back, the home half of the 4th inning, 9-1-2, Schneider, Moyles, Allred. Outlaws having a good time in this conference doubleheader on MyLocalRadio.com, a First Bank of Wyoming presentation on KNYN as well.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
This first Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
It seems like everything has been going the Outlaws' direction as the offense comes back to the plate. The problem is they've got a 5-0 lead, and this guy on the mound for Jackson, Caden Falk, has really started to settle in as he struck out the side in the bottom of the third. Here's the bottom of the fourth. We'll see Jaden Schneider leading things off with Moyles on deck and already in the hole. 9-1-2 in the Outlaws order. Schneider with the blue long sleeve undershirt. Stands into the right-handed batter's box against the lefty Falk, and the first pitch to him outside, ball 1.
Yeah, just a touch low as well. It'll be interesting to see now that Schneider really gets his first chance to actually swing the bat if he's able to do anything.
Next offering, right over the heart of the plate. Evens the count.
Remember, it was Jaden who had to go up high to get that bunt to move the runners over. That kind of set off that big inning for Evanston back in the second.
Schneider fouls straight back into the backstop. Moyles will come out to get it. Still cloudy, haven't seen rain in a little bit, but a light sprinkle before the top of the fourth as that one runs down and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Falk holding the glove in front of his face. Now he sets belt high and delivers. Schneider gets a good piece of that one. That's out toward left center. It'll drop down for a base hit. Schneider finds the gap, and the Outlaws have the leadoff man on. Boy, Jaden Schneider, good piece of hitting. Just kind of worked that count until he got a pitch that he liked, and on the 2-2 pushes it out to left center.
And did not do too much, just put it right down in that gap and took the single, and now hopefully we can start a hit parade.
Clayton Moyles pair of ground outs. He's 0 for 2, going to second and third on the ground. Now he'll stand in with a runner on and nobody gone. First offering to him upstairs. So now you got Hank Allred on deck and Gus Allred in the hole with no outs. Real short lead at first and the pickoff to check on him. Schneider back in safely as he slides belly first. This game, first pitch was right about an hour ago. Falk off the outer edge of the plate again. And now he's behind, 2 balls, no strikes. He looked really good in the bottom of the third, and just a little trouble finding the zone here. The 2-0 on the way. Moyles swings at it. It was upper part of the zone, and he pops it up. Trailing back, out of play, foul, lands on top of the press box. Falk looking at the runner on first. Now he'll fire the 2-1. It bounces away from Grayland. Heading over to second now, rounding for third. The throw way offline. And Jaden Schneider in safely as he snags 2 bags on the wild pitch.
And now the situation changes for Clayton. Now the job is just get it to the outfield because that will bring in the run even if it's caught. And you get the RBI, goes down as a sac fly as well.
Moyles stands in the 3-1 delivery. Runner now on third. Just 90 feet away after standing on first moments ago as that pitch catches the zone and the count is full. And how about the heads up by Schneider? Good directing over at third by Jason Mitchell. to recognize that not only did the pitch kick away from Grayland, and here's the payoff, low and outside.
That was a pretty easy call for Clayton. He was taken off before the pitch even really got to the catcher's mitt. So now that'll set up Hammer and Hank with runners on the corners.
Hank Allred 2 on, nobody gone as he stands in. Hank is 1 for 2, grounded out to short and then singled in the first and second innings respectively. First offering to him underneath it and pops it back foul, pretty much straight behind home plate. Gus Allred is now on deck. Falk once again in a bit of a jam. Evanston already up 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as that pitch misses high for ball 1 on an 0-1 offering. So all tied up at 1-1. That one misses the zone, a throw down to second. Didn't have enough on it to get all the way to the bag, so hustling in safely will be Clayton Moyles. And now 2 in scoring position, takes the traditional double play off the table.
In a way, it also simplifies things for Falk. He just doesn't need to worry about the runners now.
That one finds the zone on a 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes against Hank Allred. Moyles at second, Schneider at third. 2-step leads for both as Allred kind of golfs at that one, chases it, and gets enough to foul it straight back. Stays alive at 2-2. Dugout says, little goes a long way, Hank. And I couldn't agree more. Here comes the 2-2, and that one right back up the middle off the foot of Falk. He'll try to slide off the mound to get it. It kicks away from him. Runner comes in to score, and the Outlaws lead at 6-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as Schneider will score from third, and moving all the way to third is Clayton Moyles.
Yeah, not sure what they're going to score that, but they are going to check on Falk as that one came right back up the middle and hit Falk in the left leg. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, that one was a screamer right back toward the mound. And it looks like they're checking out his left ankle right now. And I'm hoping everything's okay there because Hank Allred got all of that baseball plus a little more. Runners will be on first and third. Still nobody out for Gus Allred. Here's what the rest of the Outlaws season is going to look like. Next Monday, they'll be on the road in Jackson for that doubleheader. Another conference pair against the Jackson Giants, and game times, I believe, will be the same, 1 and 3:30. Then they go on the road. Almost right after that, Tuesday and Wednesday, they'll be in Casper to close out the conference portion of their season.
I think it's Wednesday and Thursday because they play those games on Monday, and then they're going to travel.
Wednesday, Thursday, and game times for those 2 and 4:30 in Casper. On both days, they'll play all 4 games, all 4 conference games against Casper. Here comes Gus Allred.
At bat number 11, Gus Allred.
Allred, the lefty, facing the lefty Falk, who is going to stay in the game after a few warm-up pitches, getting drilled in the left ankle by Hank Allred's single, which is, I think, how they're going to score it, right?
Yeah, they did score that one, a single for Hank.
So Falk delivers, first offering to Allred with nobody out, and he swings and comes up empty-handed.
Yeah, nobody down right now for the Outlaws, so this is a prime situation. I think they might be wanting to end this one in 5.
Yeah, they just got to pass that double-digit lead mark, hang on to it till after even just the top of the 5th, I believe. As Falk checks the runner at first, the 0-1 on the way, runners going, and into second safely is Hank Allred. They threw down to third. Moyles hustles back and slides in. He's safe as well.
You know, Moyles wasn't that far off. It looked like he kind of decoyed him a little bit to take the pressure off of Hank, and Hank took full advantage of it. Good good heads-up base running by Hank Allred.
And Moyles right in that sweet spot where he can get back to third in time if they throw that way, or maybe even try to go home if they went that way. Allred swings and misses at that one in the dirt on a dropped third strike. Moyles scores. Allred safe at first. Hank moves over to third. Outlaws lead at 7-0, and everything going right for Evanston in one play.
Number 3, Jagger Mitchell.
I'd be very surprised if you see Huggins get another pitcher up, because at some point you just gotta get ready for the next one. And with a 7-0 lead, nobody down, and the best hitter in the West, I'm just gonna call it. It might be one of those deals where you play for game 2.
Mitchell has a chance to get to that 10-run lead as he represents the 10th run of the day for the Outlaws. Lefty-righty matchup for Falk, who has struggled a bit. Allred, big swing at the first offering, way in the air and up over the back stop and out of play.
You also got Bodie Wicks standing on deck, so all sorts of options for the Outlaws, especially with nobody down. I mean, you could get you could get Jagger to ground into a 4-3 double play.
Mitchell, foul bouncing on the third base side. So now he's in an 0-2 hole. But like you said, Bodie Wicks, the guy who got the party started with the 3-run shot in the first inning. He's standing on deck. And nobody out. Plenty of wiggle room for this Evanston offense. Already up 7-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Hank Allred at third. Mitchell, that one threw into right field on a ground ball. It'll score 1. And now Gus Allred will put on the brakes and head back to second. But enough to make it 8-0 as Hank Allred scores on the RBI single by Jagger Mitchell. And here comes Bodie Wicks.
And these are the same 2 that was on when Wicks went yard in the first. We'll see if baseball has a funny way of repeating itself. We'll see if this is one of those situations. And it looks like we got some action going on in the bullpen for Jackson.
First and second are the runners. That's Mitchell and Allred. And Wicks readies for the first delivery from Falk. It's on the way, and it's going to catch the inside corner for strike 1.
Soft toss being taken right now by Jackson's number 20. I'm looking. I don't think he's pitched before because I'm not seeing him on the pitching stats that we have.
Wicks, this one hit out to right field, waiting for it and making the catch almost on a rope is Lucas Grayland. And one away is that will hold the runners at first and second. And the first out of the inning. Finally, we started off with the 9-hole hitter, Wicks, who is batting 5th. Just got the first out. And so here comes Derek McDonald, who's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. And 2 on with 1 away. And that one misses for ball 1 in the first offering to McDonald. Ryan Baldwin is on deck with 1 down. Double play could end the inning, though, as Falk fires the 1-0. And that one misses as well, but it didn't miss by much, maybe just a touch outside. Both Gus Allred and Jagger Mitchell have got between 2 and 3 step leads. Falk will look that way. And now he turns his attention back to the plate where he fires in another pitch low and away.
So the reason they're getting up someone for Falk is he has hit 94 pitches. He's only got 11 pitches left to play with for the rest of the game.
A 3-0 count now to McDonald. Delivers that one, finds the inner half of the plate for a strike. McDonald had no intention of swinging at that one.
Gus
I think Falk knew it.
Gus Allred looking to go the distance. Only 53 thrown by him thus far.
It's been an efficient game for Allred. He has pitched very well. McDonald underneath this one lifts it foul territory over in right field, moving over from first and putting the squeeze on it. Stephen Ashurst. 2 down. Outlaws, I know, would like to cross the 10-run mark if they could, give themselves a situation where they might be able to end the game in the top of the 5th. Baldwin at the plate. Today he is 0 for 1, walked and struck out swinging. And the first pitch he takes, it's outside for ball one. And you got to think Falk is going to be done pretty soon here. Jackson coach up out of the dugout. Baldwin gets a piece of this one out toward right field. It'll drop in front of Grayland. Gus Allred rounding for home. The throw is too tall. Allred will score, and the runners are at second and third. It's an RBI knock for Ryan Baldwin. 9-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. How about Baldwin and that piece of hitting? And the Outlaws now have batted around as Talon Critchfield, who's also 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout, step into the batter's box, and it looks like that's just about going to do it for Kate Falk, as the Outlaws are sitting pretty with 2 in scoring position, 2 down, and 1 run away from being able to seal this game. Falk hanging on to the baseball for now. We'll see if he goes soon.
Well, that isn't Coach Huggins, so it's not the manager, so they're not going to make a switch. I think that might be the pitching coach.
My guess is he's probably just letting him know what his pitch count is, how many more he has before they're going to pull him, what the situation is, and also if you get a mound visit in, you can get yourself a little extra time to get the guy in the pen ready to go, who is now throwing from the mound, although not from the full windup yet.
Warming up is Aaron Huggins for Jackson.
So Talon Critchfield with 2 down, and Jagger Mitchell at third. Ryan Baldwin at second. He had the RBI that scored Gus Allred for the 9th run of the day. Critchfield swings at the first pitch, fouls it straight back. Jaden Schneider's on deck. He led things off with a single. Came around to score. Falk, the lefty-righty delivery, 0-1, and Critchfield takes a big hack at it. Comes up empty and falls into an 0-2 hole.
Anything in the dirt past Grayland, that's going to send Jagger Mitchell home, and that'll get them that 10-run lead.
Falk turns and delivers. Critchfield way up underneath that one. Moving over from right is Grayland. He will dive, and the ball's out of his glove. Did he hang on enough for the out? He did not. Mitchell and Baldwin will score. They were moving on contact with 2 outs, and the Outlaws now lead it 11-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Critchfield scoots into second. It was a good effort by Lucas Grayland in right, and right along that chalk line, he just couldn't come up with the ball.
Number 26.
And that's going to...
Schneider.
Should be 11. Yep, they just updated it on the scoreboard. Should be 11-0 now. Yeah, they just updated it on the scoreboard here at the stadium. But, yeah, good piece of hitting by Critchfield. You saw Steven Ashurst dive at that line, and then he hits the ground. He has the ball in his glove, but it comes out as he hits the ground. And that's going to be a pitching change now for Jackson. But that's a 2-run RBI hit for Critchfield.
We'll come back, introduce you to the new guy on the bump for the Giants. It is 11-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston offense having a good time thus far. Be right back on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? You told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Well, Aaron Huggins, who we've seen in the batting order as the DH today, will step onto the mound for the Jackson Giants. Right-handed pitcher, 2-3 record, 11.5 on the ERA. And he's going to face off against the guy who led off this inning, which is Jaden Schneider. Started things with a single in a frame for the Outlaws that has generated 6 runs. And it'll be a righty-righty matchup with a runner on second. And that's Talon Critchfield. 11-0 Evanston on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard back at Ross Kesterson Field. First pitch swinging and missing for Schneider.
Nice deception by Huggins. That was one of those ones that started where it looked like it was going to come right down Front Street and just took a nosedive right at the plate.
Huggins looks at the runner at second. I'm smelling hamburgers, which is good news. And that one way too tall.
Yeah, it looked like his release point was just a little early. His arm was almost straight up when he let go of that one.
Middle infield close to the bag, covering Critchfield. 3-step lead. Huggins delivers the 1-1. Swing and a miss for Schneider. Well, the Outlaws go into the top of the 5th now when we get to that part. As long as they don't allow more than 1 run, they could put this game away and get us to the second of the doubleheader with another conference victory as that pitch misses above the zone as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Evanston, this is hypothetical, but Evanston would improve to 5-0. Jackson would fall to 0-5 in conference.
We've seen crazier things happen, but an 11-0 lead with the way that this Evanston defense has been playing, it's got to feel pretty good. Another pitch too tall, and the count runs full to Jaden Schneider. Believe it or not, the top of the order is on deck again. Clayton Moyles, earlier in this inning, earned a walk. Huggins, the payoff, inside, upstairs, and Jaden Schneider free base. Runners at first and second with 2 away. And here he comes, Clayton Moyles, who on the day is 0 for 2. Grounded out to second and third and then walked earlier in this inning.
Man, Jaden's done everything for the Outlaws. He's got a sacrifice bunt, a single came around and scored, and then get that walk, and now you've got a real situation for Evanston here.
Huggins right over the heart of the plate for strike 1. Huggins, the 0-1 off the end of the bat on the ground, rolls to second where it is scooped by Van Skyke, and that'll do it for the bottom of the 4th. How about the Outlaws putting up 6 runs to lead at 11-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. They'll try to defend that and earn another victory when we go to the top of the 5th after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball, MyLocalRadio.com and K9.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515.
Gus Allred back on the mound trying to close things out against Jackson. He's got an 11-0 lead behind him. And they could get the run rule victory if they can take care of business here. Can't allow more than 1 run as he will face Van Skyke, Hammond, and Lucas Grayland. And And Van Skyke 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging against Allred.
This tells you how efficient Allred has been today. This will be only the second time that these three batters see Gus. Two of them struck out, one of them ground out to second.
5 strikeouts already for Gus. This will be a lefty-lefty matchup against Van Skyke. And this game has moved pretty quickly as well. We're sitting at just under an hour and a half. Allred turns and fires. The first one swung on and fouled back into the chain link right behind home plate.
That seems to be the key in these at-bats for Gus is get ahead early. And when you can get a first in a clutch inning, get a first pitch strike, that's big.
Allred keeping his pitch count down as well. Goes lower in the zone, got him to chase. And a swing and a miss makes it 0-2. And I think Allred saw what he needed to see on the first offering. Knew that Van Skyke would go downstairs for it and just put it in the lower part of the zone.
Only 55 pitches thrown by Allred today.
Gus, high left leg kick, and that one low and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think you're absolutely right. Gus figured that he fished for one. Maybe he'll fish for another in desperation moments. Because that's what it is for Jackson. They got to get something going here.
Hammond on deck for this Giants team as Allred serves up the 1-2. Fastball blew it by him. Swing and a miss. And down goes the leadoff man as Van Skyke with 2 strikeouts swinging. And the Outlaws now 2 outs away from picking up a victory in Game 1 of a doubleheader against Jackson. And I believe if this game ends early, we're still going to start a half hour after the end of the first game, even if it's before that original 3:30 scheduled time. I could be wrong on that.
I think you're right because I think as Jackson almost 4 hours away, they're gonna if they can get out of here early, I think they will try to.
Allred first pitch, little chin music to the right-handed hitter Hammond. So it's ball 1. Top of the 5th, Outlaws in front 11-0, trying to get the run rule victory by taking care of things on the defensive half of things in the top of the 5th. That one downstairs. Allred, good snag. But it's ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Gus turns and fires, and that one golfed at and bounced foul toward the Jackson dugout. First strike of the at-bat, 2-1.
You know, if you're Coach Jason Mitchell, I think you're seeing all the right signs from the Outlaws defensively, not just the pitching by Gus Allred, but the leather being flashed by Ryan Baldwin, Bodie Wicks, because you're going to be looking next week at how many pitchers you have to throw in 6 conference games, and it'll help you make the decision on what pitchers to put in what games, especially if you feel like you can get away with one of your lower guys in the doubleheader against Jackson and save Gus Allred for a Casper or something like that.
2-1 from Allred, runs outside. 3 balls and a strike. Lefty-righty matchup. 1 away, nobody on, top of the 5th, as that one is swung on and missed. We've talked about it. It's been key for Allred to get ahead in these at-bats early, but he's pitched well when he's been behind, too. Comes back in this one to make it a full count. And here comes the payoff. That one on the ground right up the middle and through for a 1-out base hit as Hammond finds his way to first. And with 1 away, there's 1 on for the 8-hole hitter, Lucas Grayland.
And that's only the second hit given up by Allred in this one.
At bat, number 24, Owen.
But now you've got the double header kind of right there, and it looks like we have a batting change. Number 24, Owen Kana, will hit for Grayland.
Grayland ends up going 0 for 1 with a strikeout swinging. Kana, also a right-handed hitter, will stand in.
This might be Coach Hudgens either A, wanting to get a player off the bench to get some experience, or B, hey, he hasn't seen Allred yet. Maybe you need that type of fresh eyes to get something going.
Allred to throw to first as Hammond slides back in safely.
A rare miscue defensively for Evanston as that one got away from Schneider, but it didn't roll very far, so runner still holds at first.
Hammond with the 1-out single. He's been occupying a lot of Gus Allred's time as now he delivers a fastball, swing and miss. Again, Allred from the stretch. There's the 0-1. Another swing and a miss.
Owen Kana come in with a 1.94 ERA.
He's in an 0-2 hole now. How about Jim saying hello from North Carolina? Beautiful area. Probably warm right now, though, huh, Jim? As that pitch is waved on and whiffed as well. 3 pitches, 3 swinging strikes. Down goes Kana. And here comes what could be the last batter of the game as Gus Allred tries to close things out against the bottom of the order, Xander Witt, who walked in his lone plate appearance. There's a runner on first now with 2 gone. Outlaws in front 11-0. Allred deals this one high in the air. Shallow right field. Baldwin walking back. Now he's on the outfield grass. Little off balance, but he catches it back over his head to secure the final out of the ball game. And the Outlaws come away with an 11-0 victory in the first of 2 conference games against Jackson. Gus Allred gets the complete game asterisk shutout, giving up just 2 hits, and Evanston backs him up with 11 runs on the offensive side of things. We'll be back to wrap it up when we return, as you've been tuned into a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on mylocalradio.com and on KNYN.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
As we welcome you back into the press box here at Ross Kesterson Field, 11-0 the final here from Evanston as the Outlaws win Game 1 of a conference doubleheader against Jackson, 11-0. Boy, what an offensive performance. What a defensive performance for the Outlaws as well. I'm Colin Holt. That's Elan OLLIFF. Elan, how about that Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap?
Yeah, well, Evanston got off to a hot start thanks to the 3-run homer by Bodie Wicks, his second of the season. And let's run through some of these offensive numbers. Hank Allred goes 2 for 3 with a run scored and 2 RBIs. Gus 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs. Mitchell 1 for 1 with 2 runs scored, a walk, and 1 RBI. So good. Ryan Baldwin 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Gus Allred gets his 7th win of the season, going to 7-4. 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Absolutely masterful performance for Gus Allred. He'll get the win. Loss will go to Caden Falk, He goes 3 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 11 runs, 6 of them earned, 5 strikeouts, and 4 walks. Offensive numbers, the hits coming from Matt Fisher and Bridget Hannon. Just those 2 hits, no runs. It was all Evanston in Game 1. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap.
Yeah, Gus Allred had a 1-hitter going into that final inning, and then A little one-out knock made it a 2-hit game, but how about the complete game shutout? Hey, Jimmy John's is where they spend 6 hours every day slicing all the natural meats and fresh produce. For your 30-second sandwich, Jimmy John's at 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fresh and fast meat. And the Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game. Boy, there were so many good plays. You know, like you said, Ryan Baldwin, that play at second to slide and dive and get that one and get the throw-in time as well. Very impressive, but really the big difference was in that 4th inning. 6 runs from the Outlaws. That gave them the chance to put it away in the run rule fashion, and so that's why our precision play of the game is going to go to Hank Allred. He had that single right back up the middle. It actually went off the ankle of the pitcher at the time, which was Cade Falk, and that was the first run of that 4th inning that ended up with 6 runs in that frame, and that's where the Outlaws kind of put the game away.
I'll tell you what, Hank Allred is on his way to being a first-name player. You got the Gusses, the Jaggers. Now you can add Hank to that list.
Well, Hank Allred gets the precision play of the game presented by Dr. McKay Frankham. Quality precision family dentistry at reasonable rates. So if you want to call and schedule your appointments, Elan?
That's 307-789-8910.
There it is. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to be right back in just about 25 minutes to get you ready for Game 2 of this doubleheader as the Outlaws look to stay unbeaten in conference play. They're 5-0. Jackson will be hungry, though. They're looking for their first win in conference play, and we'll have that for you later. As the Outlaws get a win in Game 1, 11-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. That's Elan OLLIFF. I'm Cullen Holt, our producer back in the studio, Sean Hondo. And again, we've got another game coming your way in just about a half hour, so we'll see you right back here, right then.
This broadcast has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Special thanks to executive producer Val Cook, office manager Kayleen Anderson, sales manager Julie Burley, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. And a big thank you to our fine sponsors. Thank you for tuning in to the First Bank of Wyoming broadcast. For archive games, talk shows, and interviews, visit mylocalradio.com. Like and follow My Local Radio Sports on Facebook and Twitter to stay up to date with all things local athletics.
We'd like to recognize our 8 seniors who have sacrificed, put in a lot of time, and made this program just a little bit more better. We thank you for all that you have done. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. As we read your name, please take a couple of steps forward so that we can see you and then recognize you. Number 3, Jagger Mitchell. Number 8, Clayton Moyles. Number 10, Caleb Gooding. Number 11, Gus Allred. Number 20, Ryan Baldwin. Number 22, Derek McDonald. Number 23, Bodie Wicks. And number 28, Kason Smith. Fellas, thanks for everything. Now let's go have a great game.
This is Post 41 Evanston Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and on the air at KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. Evanston Outlaw Baseball is brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear River Dental, The Best Western, Dunbar Inn and Legal Tender Restaurant, Elling Ford Brothers, Evanston Regional Hospital, Freeway Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, Dr. McKay Frankum, Mountain West Business Solutions, Plains Tire, Rocky Mountain Sign, T-Bar Body Shop, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, the Come On In Casper, Uinta County School District Number 1, West Star Printing, and by Rocky Mountain Yeti. Now, Outlaw fans, let's head to the Diamond for today's game.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Ross Kesterson Field for Game 2 of this conference doubleheader between the Evanston Outlaws and the Jackson Giants. ELAN, OLLIFF, and CULLEN HOLT bringing the action live from Evanston as the Outlaws looking to improve to a perfect 6-0 in the Double-A West after a season series sweep against Rock Springs and an opening game sweep against Jackson 11-0. And Cullen, what kind of things do you think the Outlaws are looking to take over from Game 1 into Game 2?
Well, just about all of it, to be honest. You know, you went 11-0. The defense was there. The offense was rocking and rolling as well. I mean, there were a lot of good things that they can build on. So I think the issue is more, how do we avoid tapering off from that, you know? And How do we avoid getting complacent too? Because this Jackson team, they're good. You know, they'll steal one from you if you're not careful. And so that's exactly what the Outlaws need to do. They got Ashton Eldridge on the mound. He's locked in. He didn't even appear in the lineup in game one, so he should be ready to go.
Yeah, Eldridge comes in with a 4-5 record, 3.9 ERA, and only 26 earned runs in 46 innings pitched. Eldridge sets in front of the face, takes the step, and kicks and deals the opening pitch. That one is going to miss inside for ball one. First pitch thrown at
3:13.
Thank you, 3:13. So we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. The scheduled start time was 3:30. Eldridge kicks and deals the 1-0. That one right down Front Street to find the zone for strike one. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Parker Bledgy, who went 0 for 2 in game one. As Eldridge will deal. Outside, but great snag by Hank Allred. Count goes to 2-1 on a Tuesday afternoon. Eldridge, who had a great outing against Rock Springs, hoping for a repeat here against Jackson as the 2-1 is fouled into the back screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Parker Bledgy. The batting lineup for Coach Jason Huggins and the Jackson Giants, it'll be Parker Bledgy, Aiden Grayland, Matt Fisher, and then Stephen Ashurst in the cleanup spot. We'll give you spots 5 through 9 after the 2-2 from Eldridge. That one up high and in. It's a full count. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. Cleanup man, Stephen Ashurst. Aaron Huggins bats 5th. Bridger Hammond 6th. Austin Van Skyke bats 7th. Owen Kana bats 8th. And Xander Witt bats 9th. Hank Allred catching Ashton Eldridge. And the full count offering from righty to righty. That one, hard contact, headed for the gap between short and third, and it rolls into the outfield grass for a leadoff single for Parker Bledgy.
A good battle there by Bledgy, just waiting for the pitch that he felt like he could get. Finally got one. Sends it out into left field.
Outfield for the Outlaws, starting in left field, Quentin Elmer. Center field, Clayton Moyles. Right field, Caleb Gooding. And an infield featuring Gus Allred at first, Kason Smith at second, Bodie Wicks at third, and Jagger Mitchell at shortstop. Again, Hank Allred catching pitcher Ashton Eldridge. So 1 man on, and that's Parker Bledgy for Aiden Grayland, who went 0 for 2 in game one. Throw back to first to check up on the runner, and that one goes into the dirt, but Gus Allred keeps it in front of him.
Hank Allred catching game 2 of this doubleheader as well. I know he's done it before, but it's not often that we've seen him catch both games. It helps, though, that game 1 was only 5 innings long, and the defense worked so quickly.
Yeah, he didn't have to throw to bases very much, and that's what Coach Mitchell told me in between games about him catching the second game, as Eldridge throws to first to check up on Parker Bledgy, who got there on a leadoff single. Grayland still waiting his first pitch at this battle with the right-hander from Mountain View. And here it comes. Popped up high, and it's going to stay in play, running over to make the grab, but not quite, as it drops just in front of the fence at the third base dugout for a long strike. But it was Bodie Wicks who was probably the closest to making that play.
Tough to track against a pretty inconsistent sky with the bright blue, the white from the clouds, and sun being kind of almost right overhead at this point.
Wind also blowing in from right field to left field here at Ross Kesterson Field. Eldridge gets back on the rubber, and he's going to go from the stretch. Ball behind his back. Eyes the runner at first. That's Bledgy. Set, and the delivery. Runner's going. That one is up and in. It's off of the glove of Hank Allred, and it'll result in an easy stolen base for Parker Bledgy. So it's a 1-1 count to Aiden Grayland. And Coach Huggins and the Giants look to be a little bit more aggressive on the base paths. They saw how quickly Evanston went up on them, and I think they know the key to stealing one is going to be to establish momentum and establish it early. 1-1 count to Aiden Grayland. Nobody on, runner in scoring position after Bledgy stole second. And he's going for third as well, as that one's in the dirt. Gets behind Hank Allred. He's lost it, and Bledgy is going to score easily. on the wild pitch.
Well, what a turn of events, man. Jackson, 11-0 loss in game one. They knew they had to start strong here in the second game of this doubleheader, and they did just that. They got the leadoff single, aggressive on the base paths, and it pays off.
So Hank Allred will have to have a short memory for that, but the good news is for Ashton Eldridge, it's empty bases, so he's going to go from the windup. Kicks and deals the 1-1. This one, fly ball into center field. Moyles and Smith, it drops in between them as neither one of them are able to get to it, and it's back-to-back singles for the Giants to start this one off. That'll bring up Matt Fisher, who went 1 for 2 in game one, but they must be liking what they're seeing in this new pitcher, Ashton Eldridge, here in game two.
Yeah, if you're Eldridge, you just cannot panic here. You know you've got good stuff in the toolbox. You're going to be okay if you just don't let it get to your head. And you've only faced 2 batters in this game. I know it feels like a lot more because a run came around to score. But just take a deep breath and you'll be okay.
Eldridge throws back to first to check up on Grayland. Fisher is still waiting that first offering of the battle, as it'll be a righty versus righty. Jackson in their gray uniforms, Jackson in black lettering across the chest. Evanston in their blue tops, white numerals, post 41 in white across the chest. First pitch finds the outside part of the zone from the right-hander for strike one.
It's going to be a big pitch for Eldridge. Any wins that he can get in this situation, just the little wins that he can help him build momentum. You know, obviously not the way you wanted to start if you're the Outlaws, but you can't put all the blame on one person, so you really want Eldridge just to have the short memory.
Bunt being shown by the batter, Fisher, and he puts it down right in front of the mound. No play to be made as no one was covering the first base bag. So it's a bunt single for Matt Fisher. Here comes Steven Ashurst. Nobody down, and the cleanup man, the lefty, comes to the plate.
Just a miscommunication. A lot of things went wrong on that play for the Outlaws defense. Allred thought one thing at first. Eldridge thought another thing on the mound. And then Smith at second thought a completely different thing from everybody else. And so just a complete miscommunication and defensive breakdown. And, you know, if you're Eldridge, he played it actually beautifully to get the out at first. Just nobody there.
Eldridge from the stretch offers up high for ball one. Ashurst showed the bunt again as well. So Jackson thinking not just small ball, but micro ball. Could get the job done here in game two. Eldridge checks the runner at second, and the pitch, bunt showing. And that one is through. Throwback to second is going to bounce past Jagger Mitchell into the outfield, but Clayton Moyles is there to cover it. Runner is not going to go. That runner at second, by the way, Aiden Grayland. And now it is I believe it's they haven't put it, we didn't see a call from the umpire, but I'm guessing it is 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Ashurst, who was 0 for 2 in game one, but as we're finding out, that doesn't mean much right now. First pitch. Bunt shown. That one is going to roll towards the third base bag, and an excellent bunt by Steven Ashurst. He gets on, and the bases are loaded. And back-to-back bunts executed to perfection by Jackson.
That is textbook right there. I mean, get that on tape and play it over and over again at the clubhouse, because if they're going to ask somebody to bunt, that is exactly what you want from them. It does not get much better than that.
Evanston in a bit of a jam, bases loaded, nobody out, and already 1 across for Jackson in the opening part of the first inning of game 2. Eldridge with bases loaded is going to go from the windup. Kicks and deals the first pitch to Huggins. That one finds the zone for a strike. And if you're Evanston right now, you'll gladly trade the runs for outs, especially knowing that your offense, who was so explosive in game 1, hasn't even had a chance to have their impact on this game yet. The 0-1. That one offered outside. It slips but gets away from Hank, but it doesn't get too far. He's able to reach it without getting up off his knees. And it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count to Aaron Huggins. Bridger Hammond stands on deck. Hammond, one of 2 Jackson batters who actually got a hit in game 1 against Gus Allred. Eldridge, glove in front of his face from the windup, and the 1-1. In there for strike 2. Nice fastball from Ashton. And we saw this a little bit in the last outing he had. It was a bit of a rough first inning, but then he got stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the game. If you're Evanston in a bases-loaded situation, if you can get out of here with only maybe 2 or 3 runs on the board, I think that's a bit of a victory, considering bases are loaded right now. Pitch, swing and a miss for strikeout and out number 1. Aaron Huggins goes down, and that'll bring up Bridger Hammond.
That's exactly what you needed there. That strikeout for Eldridge, I think, is going to be big time, and giving him confidence going forward is now finally he's got an out under his belt, and it feels like he can just kind of relax a little bit more, which is what you needed. I know it kind of puts extra pressure on the defense when you got a pitcher that is a little bit slower to get going, which, you know, there are a lot of good pitchers that are like that. But it's a defense, you have to understand that and be clean, and the Outlaws weren't through the first few batters.
First pitch to Hammond, down low for ball 1. Again, bases loaded after a single and 2 expertly executed bunts. Grayland on third, Fisher on second, and Ashurst on first. 1-0 Jackson, though, has already got 1 runner across. And the 1-0 is outside. Not by much, though. 2 balls, no strikes. To Bridger Hammond, Austin Van Skyke stands on deck for the gray uniformed Jackson Giants. As Eldridge comes from the windup. Down low and outside from the right-hander. 3 balls, no strikes. So we're probably going to see Hammond hold up, as that is what we've seen so many times in American Legion Baseball in Wyoming this season, and probably give a free strike to Eldridge if he can find the zone. The 3-0. That one in the zone. Throw back to second to check up on the runners by Hank Allred, and it's going to just be a checkup as Fisher gets back to second. No problem. So a 31 count. Eldridge 1 strike away from getting back into this at-bat after going down 3-0. Nowhere to put him, so you've got to fire a strike somehow, some way here. The 3-1. This one fouled off over the first base line, and it's a full count. Payoff pitch will be coming soon. Eldridge in a battle here against Bridger Hammond. 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jackson. The 3-2. Outside and away, and they'll walk in a run. It was a tough battle, but Hammond gets the RBI via the walk, and it's 2-0 Jackson, but the bases remain loaded for Austin Van Skyke with 1 down. Hank Allred goes out there to talk to his pitcher, Ashton Eldridge.
This is where I think Hank Allred really brings some strength to this team. He's very good at handling his pitchers. He's probably just going out there, just letting him know, hey, man, I know things look bleak, but we've got a really good offense behind you. So you don't need to panic about that. And then on top of that, you know, it's early in the game. I know you've got good stuff. I've caught you before. Just go back to what works for you. Be a little bit more aggressive. You know, if we let a couple more runs come across, so be it. Let's get aggressive, let's get some outs, and let's get in a good defensive rhythm.
Yeah, that's probably the most important thing right now. Forget about the scoreboard. Just get Ashton Eldridge into a rhythm, as you mentioned, and get him to settle into this one. A bit of a hard start for Eldridge as the lefty Van Skyke comes in. Bases loaded, 1 down, and a 2-0 lead for Jackson here in the top of the first, so still plenty of baseball to play. First pitch from Eldridge to Van Skyke, inside part of the zone for a looking strike 1. Eldridge sets the glove in front of his face. Bases loaded, not worried about anyone on, just focusing on the man at the plate. Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt. Got a piece of it, was Van Skyke, and now it's 0-2. So the conference between Hank Allred and Ashton Eldridge, the rest of the infield in on it. I'd speak in some words of encouragement
Strikeout here would be huge for Eldridge and the Outlaws defense. Changes the dynamic of this inning completely if he can get it.
The 0-2. Inside, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. That one down low. Van Skyke, the lefty, steps out of the batter's box with 1 foot and then comes back in. A lot of real estate between the third base line and left fielder Quentin Elmer. The 1-2, up high and out. And it's a even count at 2. Eldridge just needs to take a deep breath and deliver a strike. Rely on that defense if he has to. Eldridge kicks and deals the 2-2. That one down low and in the dirt, and it's a full count. Good stop by Hank Allred to keep it in front of him. Knowing the runner at third, Fisher was ready to come home at any moment.
How about the play discipline by Van Skyke? Come all the way back from an 0-2 hole.
Eldridge with the 3-2 offering. He's going to come again from the windup. And the pitch. Swing and a miss and a big strikeout for Ashton Eldridge. So 2 down. That'll bring up Owen Kana, who came in off the bench in game 1.
At bat, number 24.
He was 0 for 1. So Eldridge will have to settle in and see if he can take care of this guy. First pitch from Eldridge to Kana. That one down low, just a touch outside for ball 1. Wind is definitely whipping up a little bit here. As Ashton sets the glove in front of his face. And the delivery. Inside, throw back to second, trying to catch the runner. Napping, did they get him? No. Almost caught Stephen Ashurst as he was a ways off the bag. Hank Allred fires a good one to Jagger Mitchell, but Ashurst barely gets back.
Now I wonder why the runner from third didn't go on that throw down.
Next pitch goes way inside to Kana, and now it is a 3-0 count.
Elan, is that your Jimmy John's napkin blowing down the third base line there?
It kind of just went out the window of the press box. And the pitch. Missed that one. It's a 4-pitch walk, and another one comes in for Jackson. And I think we might merit a mound visit of some sort. Try to let Eldridge know that he's doing just fine. He's striking him out when he needs to. And now here comes the 9th batter of the inning. Jackson, quite the adjustment from game 1 to game 2. They got shut out 11-0, and now they're up 3-0 here in the top of the first. Eldridge deals. First pitch inside, ball 1. Xander went 0 for 1 in game 1.
One of the things you got to love about these Wyoming teams is, and they just go out there and they just battle. Short memory for Jackson. Put up a 3 spot. We're not even done with the top of the first.
Next one outside down low, and bases loaded again. You can't walk him if you are Ashton Eldridge. Otherwise, you're bringing in another run in. It's a 4-0 game back to Parker Bledgy, who led off the game. Eldridge with the glove in front of his face, kicks and deals the 2-0. That one catches the zone, and Eldridge back in the battle. 2-1 count to Xander Witt. Eldridge just takes a deep breath, 1 pitch at a time. Swing and a miss at the 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Xander Witt. It's now a pitcher's count. Eldridge battling back. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, and that's going to actually be a foul. He got a piece of it barely and put it into the back screen. So it'll hold that 2-2. Bases loaded. You've got Ashurst on third, Hammond on second, and Kana on first. The 2-2 offering in the zone, and he goes down looking, and the inning comes to a close. 3 put up by Jackson on 4 hits, and it's a 3-0 score going into the bottom of the first. Evanston will have their chance at it when we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper. As one of the region's most visited websites, MyLocalRadio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on MyLocalRadio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit MyLocalRadio.com today to stream it all live.
Back at Ross Kesterson Field as the Evanston Outlaws find themselves down 3-0 as they will take to the plate for the first time in game number 2. They won game 1, if you're just joining us, 11-0 in 5 innings as the batting lineup for the Outlaws almost unchanged. It'll be Clayton Moyles, Hank Allred, Gus Allred, Bodie Wicks, Jagger Mitchell, Ashton Eldridge,
Clayton Moyles.
Caleb Gooding, Quentin Elmer, and Kason Smith. Pitcher will be Steven Ashurst as Moyles puts one right into the glove of Bledgy. Throw across the diamond is in time for out number 1. And Moyles, who is hitting it hard just into these black hole type situations, as that happened to him twice in game 1. Here's Hank Allred as he steps in to the batter's box. Had a pretty good day at the plate in game 1. Going 2 for 3 in the first pitch to Allred, up high for ball 1. Ashurst delivers, next one outside. So let's go ahead and go through the defensive alignment. Steven Ashurst pitching to Aiden Grayland. Outfield left to right, Xander Witt, Matt Fisher, and Owen Kana. We'll give you the infield right after the 2-0 delivery. That one finds the zone for strike, and Hank takes it. Aaron Huggins at first, Austin Van Skyke at second, Parker Bledgy at the shortstop position, and Bridger Hammond at third. Lefty versus righty matchup, and Allred puts this one up high, foul across the first base line, and it'll go to 2-2 with 1 down. Gus Allred standing on deck.
Yeah, the problem here is now the Outlaws offense is playing from behind for the first time today. They might try to force things, and that won't be good.
Allred sends this one sky high into shallow right center field. Making the play is Van Skyke in the shallow center field grass for out number 2. I'll bring up Gus Allred. He had a beautiful day at the plate or at the mound in game 1, getting the win in the 11-0 game 1 victory for the Outlaws, and they scored 1 run for every number that's on the back of that left-hander's jersey, wearing number 11. As Ashurst sets at the belt, and it'll be a lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Allred, swing and a miss for strike 1. Jagger Mitchell stands on deck. As right now, Steven Ashurst must feel some momentum after the great offensive start and run support he was given here on the road here in game 2, inning number 1. Bottom of the first, 2 down. Allred, this one solid contact right up the middle into center field for a 2-out base hit. And that'll bring up Jagger Mitchell.
You just don't want the Outlaws here to chase runs. Now they hit so well in the first game because they were just so confident, relaxed at the plate. If you get into a situation where you tense up because you're down by 3 against a team you just beat 11 zip, and you're trying to force some contact that really doesn't come naturally, get into a tough situation, and Gus Allred did the right thing there, just waiting for a pitch that he felt like he could hit and pushing it right back up the middle.
Jagger Mitchell steps into the right-handed side of the batter's box. First pitch to Jagger. Up high and in for ball 1. Jagger had a pretty good day himself in game 1. Goes 1 for 2 with a run scored. As Mitchell misses the next one for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Jagger. Bodie Wicks, who had a 3-run shot in the first inning of game 1, stands on deck. Throw back to first to check up on Allred, who dives back in time. Ashurst from the stretch, lefty to righty, and the delivery. This one right up the middle, and that's going to be back-to-back hits for the Outlaws as the memo is getting passed around. Just get on base. Don't try to do too much. Just go up the center. And that'll bring up Bodie Wicks in a very similar situation he was in game 1 in the first inning. It was a 2 quick outs, then Allred got on base. Mitchell got hit by a pitch, and then Wicks took it over the left field wall.
We've had some deja vu moments before this Outlaws season. So if we can come up with another one here, we'll be tie game.
Ashurst and the delivery. That one down low outside for ball 1 to Wicks. Ashton Eldridge stands on deck. Pitch to Wicks, swing and a miss. Actually got a piece of it, but into the glove for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to the power hitting Wicks. Lefty to righty. Wicks watches that one go by outside and low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runners on first and second with 2 down. The runner on second is Gus Allred. Got there a single up center field. Mitchell repeated, and that's why he's on first. 2 down after a 6-3 ground out by Clayton Moyle, so grounding out to the shortstop. And a pop out to second base by Hank Allred. As this is actually the final home game of 2021 for the Evanston Outlaws, as the rest of their games will be played on the road. Offering to Wicks down low and in the dirt, and it's a 31 count to Bodie.
It's a home run count right here. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but if you're going to hit a home run, 3-1 certainly is the most comfortable place to do it.
Ashton Eldridge stands on deck. Pitch to Wicks. This one right past a diving Bridger Hammond. They're going to send Allred home, and it's an RBI single for Bodie Wicks. Again, don't do too much. Just slowly get it back. That one was a hot grounder. Hammond tries to make the dive to get it back, but he doesn't. Mitchell goes to second, and Wicks hits the 3rd single in the row for the Outlaws. That'll bring up Ashton Eldridge, batting .235 on the season. He's got 21 RBIs. Would love to add some more as the Outlaws have cut the gap down to 2. First one misses to Eldridge, and it's 1-0. The scoreboard here at Ross Kesterson Field says 4-0, but it is 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. I think they might have given the run to the wrong side of the scoreboard as Eldridge. Next pitch in the zone for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. In a 3-1 game here on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the first, Evanston with the tying run on first. That is Bodie Wicks, who got there via the single. Ashurst. Next pitch to Eldridge. That one fouled across the third baseline, out of play. And that now brings the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes with Caleb Gooding on deck.
You know, I feel like that's one of the reasons why 2-out rallies are so effective. Is because when there's 2 outs, unless it's a high-pressure situation, there's kind of this sense of relaxation. You know, hey, if I get out, the other 2 guys before me got out as well. But first 2 guys go down quickly. Chance to kind of take a breath at the plate, make something happen.
This one, high ball into center field, and that one is going to be caught by Parker Bledgy, who runs all the way to center field from the shortstop position to end the inning. So 1 run comes across on 3 hits for the Outlaws, and it's 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
Welcome back to Ross Kesterson Field. Ashton Eldridge getting ready to start inning number 2 of work, and it'll be the second time Jackson hitters have seen Ashton Eldridge. It was a 9-hitter top of the first for the Giants, who are 2 years removed from a state finals appearance here in Evanston. It's 3-1 Jackson on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Got there after Parker Bledgy, who's going to lead off this inning, led off the game with a single, and then stole second, and then on a wild pitch, got from second to home. And then after that, you saw a single, 2 expertly done bunts by Matt Fisher and Aiden Grayland, and then a bases-loaded walk to Bridger Hammond, and that's how we got to our 3-1 lead here in Evanston. Jackson leading it off here with Parker Bledgy as they are on top of the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Ashton Eldridge getting ready to deliver pitch number 1 from the windup, and here it is. That one up high and in, ball 1 to Parker Bledgy.
See if Jackson can pick up right where they left off. I liked what I saw from them offensively. In inning number 1, they were aggressive. They were relaxed. They looked like they were having fun, and they moved guys around on the base paths.
1-0 liner right at Bodie Wicks at third, and that'll be out number 1. So 2 pitches and 1 out. That one just kind of popped off the bat of Bledgy, went right to the third baseman, Bodie Wicks, who didn't even have to move to get it back.
How about the reaction time from Wicks, though, in order to get the glove up in time to get that one, because that was smoked down the line.
We've seen him do that more than once this year as Aiden Grayland steps in, 1 for 1. First pitch, fly ball into shallow left field. It'll be caught by Jagger Mitchell, who makes the grab for the pop out, and 3 pitches, 2 outs for Ashton Eldridge, and a good start to the second inning. I'll bring up Matt Fisher, who is 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored.
Striking out Witt to end the first, I think, was a pivotal play for Eldridge. You know, he's come out so much more aggressive here in this second inning.
First pitch misses outside, ball 1. So it's 1 ball, no strikes to Matt Fisher. A delivery. This one right up the middle to Fisher. It's a hopper, easy throw to first, and a bang, bang, bang inning to end it. So 3 up, 3 down, and the Outlaws trail by 2 going into the bottom of the second. What a way to respond if you're Ashton Eldridge. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Baseball on My Local Radio and KNYN.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com.
Welcome back to Ross Kesterson Field. Elan OLLIFF and Cullen Holt bringing you the action. A 3-1 lead for Jackson going into the bottom of the second. All three of those runs coming in the first when Jackson batted 9. Well, in the top of the second, Ashton Eldridge went line out to third, pop up to shortstop, and a ground out to the pitcher. What a way to respond if you're Ashton Eldridge, and a chance for Evanston to claw a little bit closer to that 2-run lead that Jackson has right now.
Yeah, I really liked what I saw from Ashton Eldridge there in the top of this second inning. And like I said, just so much more aggressive, so much more confident in that second frame, and served him well.
7, 8, 9 batters due up for the Outlaws. It'll be Gooding, Elmer, and Smith, as Caleb Gooding, who has not played in Game 1, steps into the batter's box. Gooding takes the first pitch for strike. So 1 ball, no strikes to Caleb Gooding. As he comes in with a 209 batting average. One that I think Coach Mitchell has come to rely on pretty well is the 0-1 right down Front Street for strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes to Caleb Gooding to open up this bottom of the second. Next one to Gooding outside. Hits the dirt well in front of the batter's box. So 2 strikes, 1 ball to Caleb Gooding. Next one, Gooding. This one, liner right at the shortstop, Parker Bledgy. So it was a good hit, but Bledgy just was in the right spot. That'll bring up Quentin Elmer as he comes in with a 177 batting average, only 43 games played, 36 games played, 75 plate appearances, and 62 at-bats. So fairly small sample size for the left-hander as he takes the first pitch and pops this one up high into foul territory. Aiden Grayland gets rid of the mask and makes the grab for out number 2. So that'll pop out to the catcher, and that'll bring up Kason Smith, who hit the pseudo walk-off RBI double that brought in 3 runs to end Game 2 against Rock Springs just under a week ago. First pitch in there for strike 1. Stephen Ashurst might be settling in a little bit here as he's retired the last 3 in a row.
We've seen both pitchers really develop over the course of this game in the early goings.
Lefty to lefty, as it's Smith, who's a natural right-handed batter, batting left-handed to face Grayland. That one up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Smith. That one inside and up high, as Smith moves his right elbow out of the way to avoid contact. So 2 down, and Kason Smith is up. If he gets on, we'll see Clayton Moyles again. And the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. And it's a 2-2 count, pitcher's count for Stephen Ashurst. Looking for his first strikeout of the game. He's got 27 on the season. The pitch. There's 28. Swing and a miss at fastball up high, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Jackson. They lead it 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back with inning number 3 after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Welcome back to Ross Kesterson Field. ELAN, OLLIFF, and CULLEN Holtz bringing you the action live from Evanston as the Outlaws are down 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston versus Jackson. As we come to the top of the third, it will be the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up for the Giants, Ashurst, Huggins, and Hammond. Ashurst will lead it off, going 1 for 1, getting a single and reaching third. The left-handed pitcher will face off against the right-handed hurler from Evanston.
We saw better defensive innings from both teams just a little bit ago. And so the question now is, going into the third, can these teams sustain the better defensive performances?
First pitch by the pitcher for Evanston, that's Ashton Eldridge, in there for a strike. So 0-1 count to Stephen Ashurst. And here comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss, and a quick 0-2 count for Mr. Eldridge. Ashton, glove in front of the face. And the 0-2. Fouled into the back screen, so it'll hold at no balls, 2 strikes. Eldridge responded to the 9-hitter first by facing the minimum in the second and throwing maybe around 6 pitches.
He was very efficient in that second inning. That was maybe one of his best qualities, was how quickly he worked.
0-2 down in the dirt as Eldridge was getting him to see if he'd chase down low, but Ashurst says, nope. We're going to hold that, and it's now 1 ball, 2 strikes to Stephen Ashurst. Eldridge sets with the glove in front of his face. Turns to face the batter, and the delivery. This one lightly hit into center field, and a diving attempt by Clayton Moyles is just mistimed. Ashurst headed for second. He's rounding third. Throw by Quentin Elmer is going to hold him at third. It nearly beat him, but it was off target. So a leadoff triple by Stephen Ashurst.
You have an Ashurst wheeling his way around the bases, and a valiant effort by Moyles in center to dive, but you do risk that. Once you dive, all of a sudden there's all this open real estate. The ball gets by and goes all the way to the wall.
But it was a great play by Quentin Elmer over in left field, who came over and kind of backed the play up and kept it from rolling to the track. And keeping that play close, here comes Aaron Huggins, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Runner on third, nobody down after the leadoff triple by Ashurst. First pitch to Huggins. Popped up high out of play over the press box for strike 1. Huggins 0 for 3 today. And I think the sound effect might have made Ashton chuckle a little bit, as he is ready to go here. No balls, 1 strike to Huggins. This one right up the middle. Jagger Mitchell can't keep a hold of it. It'll roll into the outfield, and it is a RBI reach on an error for Aaron Huggins.
Yeah, just a tough one to play. That one took a tough hop, and not much you could do about that.
I'll bring up Bridger Hammond. He is 1 for 2 in game 1 and 1 for 2 on the day as he worked a walk last time up. And Eldridge trying to respond now as he's been putting a little bit more pressure. Runner on first, already one across. It's 4-1 Jackson. The pitch by Ashton. Outside, gets away from Hank Allred. Huggins will jog into second, no problem, and we'll get there on the wild pitch.
Really what you want to see from Eldridge is just responding to these tough situations. You know, he's pitched so well. You know, again, you know he's got really good stuff in his arsenal. The problem is, you know, how does he respond when a couple pitches don't go where he wants them to, a couple things don't go his way, maybe the defense can't make the play he wants.
Showing bunt is Bridger Hammond, and it will kind of go inside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hammond. I'm not sure what that is. Eldridge with the ball behind his back. Coming from the stretch, runner at second is Aaron Huggins, and the pitch. Bunt shown, but it is going to be pulled away. Ball outside and low for ball 2. So 2 balls, 1 strike to Bridger Hammond. Austin Van Skyke stands on deck for the Giants. Nobody down, so Evanston going to have to bear down here defensively. Eldridge checks the runner at second, lifts the leg, and delivers. Bunt is shown. It goes foul. So that is going to be strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes as it goes up high and pops over the first base line. So we'll see if he tries the bunt again, because if he bunts it foul, it will go down as a strike 3. So as that has been the MO from Hammond in this at-bat. Eldridge. And the delivery. Fouled on a big swing by Hammond. It'll go into the dirt. So it'll hold at 2 balls, 2 strikes for Hammond. Runner at second is Aaron Huggins. Got to first on an error, then advanced to second on a wild pitch. Eldridge with the ball behind his back comes set around the cheek from the stretch. Checks the runner at second and the delivery. Swing and a miss at a fastball and a big strikeout for Ashton Eldridge. That is strikeout number 4 on the day. And that'll bring up Austin Van Skyke. Van Skyke was a strikeout victim back in the first, so he's an 0 for 3 in the combined games today. As Eldridge gets back on the rubber. Evanston down 4-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Top of the third. First pitch. This one, fly ball into center field. Moyles trying to get there, but that is gone. That was a no-doubter 2-run shot from Austin Van Skyke. Give him 2 RBIs and the long ball, and it is now 6-1 Jackson. Van Skyke put it into center field, and it just kept climbing.
Yeah, he got all of that baseball. Man, what a swing from him. And how about this Jackson offense and the way they responded after being 2 hit in game 1 of this doubleheader?
It was his first homer of the year, and that'll set things up for Owen Kana,
At number 24, Owen Kana.
who is 0 for 1 on the day in his first at bat in this one. Reached on a walk. And Evanston now finds themselves down by 5. Eldridge, the first pitch. That one up high and just in for ball 1. The next pitch, swing and a miss. Got a piece of it, though, for strike 1, Owen Kana. His only at bat in game 1 was a strikeout to Gus Allred. Eldridge with the delivery. This one, chopper at the shortstop. Mitchell throws to first easily in time for out number 2. That'll bring up Xander Witt, who struck out to end the inning back in the first. We'll see if Evanston can get a repeat of that.
At bat number 2,
As
Xander Witt.
the Outlaws will look to have the top of the order due up here in the bottom of the third, down by 5. And if you're Evanston, you got to start clawing away at that as soon as possible. Eldridge with the delivery up high and in, ball 1.
Definitely still within reach for the Outlaws, especially with the way the offense has been performing. But you're right. You know, at a certain point, that sense of urgency's got to kick in offensively.
Eldridge, the pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Xander Witt, who went 0 for 1 in game 1. After popping out to Ryan Baldwin, actually, to end the game. As the next one misses down low for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike to Xander Witt. Parker Bledgy, who's had quite a game, stands on deck if they can get to him. 2 down. We got a strikeout by Bridger Hammond and a ground out to the shortstop. Splitting that, though, is a 2-run shot. Swing and a miss for strike 2. So 2-2 count to Witt. 2-2 offering. This one fouled into the back screen right in front of us for a strike, but it'll hold 2 balls, 2 strikes as Witt stays alive. The 2-2. Swing and a miss at a fastball up high, and Witt strikes out for the second time in game 2. And 2 runs come across. It's a 6-1 lead for Jackson. Moyles, Allred, and Allred due up in the bottom of the third. And we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankum, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? You told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankum.
Well, give him a call. 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right? That's
super easy. Dr. McKay Frankum at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
All day, Clayton Moyles has put the bat to ball, has created hard contact, just has hit it slightly in the wrong direction, and he will lead it off when the Outlaws, if they're going to sweep Jackson, have to get their offense, and they got to get it going down. They are down 6-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. as Evanston just saw a 2-run homer fly over the center field wall off of the bat of Austin Van Skyke. Clayton Moyles will stride into the batter's box, looking for the first hit of this game.
Number 8.
And the first hit of the game, or of the day for him. Again, 3 times he's hit and made hard contact, just couldn't get it past the fielders. First pitch to Moyles. He'll take that one for strike 1.
That's a fun pitch. Went off speed with it and just barely found the zone.
0-1 count. Stephen Ashurst starting inning number 3 of his shift. The pitch. And this one, fly ball into shallow right field, but it goes foul. And there to make the grab, though, in foul territory, Aaron Huggins. And that is out number 1.
Number 7.
Great play by Aaron Huggins, and that'll bring up Hank Allred, 0 for 1 in game 2. Trying to get something going for Evanston. The Outlaws need to wake up their offense. First pitch to Hank. Swing and a miss at a fastball, and that was a hard swing for strike 1.
Yeah, Allred knows, like you said, that they need to get something going and tried to force something there.
Pitch by Ashurst, up high and in, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ashurst has thrown 35 pitches so far, so he's been quick and efficient. 68, though, for Ashton Eldridge. Next one, Hank Allred, outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Hank Allred. Gus Allred, who is 1 for 1 with a single, stands on deck. Ashurst sets at the belt, lefty to righty, and the delivery. This one, fly ball into deep center field. Fisher going back, and hammering Hank. Does it again. Clear for landing. His second home run in 3 games, and Hank Allred with the solo shots.
Hank Allred, man, he just produces. And he does it at big moments, too, like that one right there. That might be the kickstart that the Outlaws need.
So that brings the gap down to 4, and Hank Allred puts it right over the Home of the Outlaws sign. And that'll bring up Gus Allred. He's 1 for 1 with a single up center field. Let's see if Evanston can get something started off of the back of that home run by Hank Allred. Man, what a shot. Grayland sets at the belt. First pitch to Gus. This one, fly ball into right field. That's fair. It's going to go to the wall as Allred's digging for second, and it'll be a stand-up double for Gus Allred. All right, same situation. If Hank or Gus gets a triple, I'll give him the family cycle. We got a single from Gus, a homer from Hank, and a double from Gus, and that'll bring up Jagger Mitchell with a runner in scoring position after the 1-out single by Gus. Mitchell, though, they have not been pitching to him very much lately as they know what he can do. By the way, with that home run, Hank Allred now has tied Jagger Mitchell for the team lead in home runs. And last time we checked, Jagger was towards the top of the state, definitely the top of the West in homers. So we got a little bit of a Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris type race going on between those two. Next pitch to Jagger. Chopper at the third base. It gets past the glove of Bridger Hammond, and he'll reach on the air, but it does hold Gus at second.
That is a tough play, the high hopper down the line on the third base side, because you're coming in, you're trying to move quick enough to get the throw out of your glove in time. But you've got to scoop the ball on a short hop, and that's just a tough one to collect.
Bodie Wick steps in, reminding me of Evan Gaddis from a few years ago. Power hitter, no gloves, doing it old school. The righty ready for the lefty delivery. And the pitch. That one outside. Great snag by Grayland. With the speed on the bags, anything gets past Aiden Grayland, and we're going to have runners advancing. Speed being the speedy Gus Allred at second, and Jagger Mitchell on first. Popped up high and foul. And that was actually a really good gathering by Bodie. He put up a hand to try to get a timeout. He was too late, and he still got a piece of it. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Bodie Wicks. Are they not going to count the pitch? They are. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Wicks. Someone from one of the coaches from the Evanston bench wanted to know why it was a strike. He said, I didn't call time, and they just went, okay. The 1-1 from Ashurst. That one in the zone for strike 2, and with 1 down, a big chance for Evanston. You got to think they have to convert on this one. Only 1 out. So a big opportunity for the Outlaws, and the 1-2 would be coming soon, except Ashurst turns around and sees Gus Allred off of the bag. He slides back, no problem. There's not even a throw there. Ashurst does not like the first 2 signs given by Aiden Grayland. Now settles, and the lefty offering. Breaking ball inside. Wicks moves out of the way from the right-handed side of the batter's box, and it's a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ashton Eldridge stands on deck. A lot of chatter in the field. Pitch, Wicks. Fly ball into shallow center field, but it'll be an easy catch by Matt Fisher for out number 2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you go to the outfield, but right down the middle with a runner on second doesn't allow you to advance anybody. Put that out in the right field, and then maybe you've got Gus trying to wheel on over to third, but unfortunately for the Outlaws offense, everybody stays, and now with 2 outs, you got the runner in scoring position.
That'll bring up Ashton Eldridge, and as you mentioned, 2 outs. It takes away the sac fly. It takes away a lot of things from the Outlaws' offensive toolbox, and it simplifies the game for Ashurst. First pitch to Ashton is inside, ball 1. Setting at the belt, left-hander Ashurst, and lifts the leg and turns to face the runner at second, Gus Allred, then steps off the rubber. So we'll reset and do it all over again. The pitch. Up high, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Ashton Eldridge. Runners on first and second. The runner on first is Jagger Mitchell, reached via the air, and Gus Allred standing on second via the 1-out double. The pitch to Eldridge. That one is in the dirt, but a great stop by Grayland. And it's 3 balls, no strikes. Caleb Gooding standing on deck as Eldridge has had a great at-bat here. Now the pressure is on Ashurst to deliver a strike. We'll see if Eldridge even offers. And he doesn't, as it's a free strike to Ashurst. So 3 balls, 1 strike to Ashton Eldridge, who flew out to the shortstop to end the first. The pitch. Fouled into the screen, and it's a full count. So after being down 3-0, Stephen Ashurst has worked his way back into this one.
This has been a good battle here, and if Eldridge can come away with a win, you got to think that it might stoke a fire with this Evanston offense.
The payoff pitch, lefty versus righty, and here it comes. Runners are going. Eldridge puts this one into center field. Back goes the center fielder. Fisher makes the grab for out number 3. So 1 run comes across on the Hank Allred homer, and it's a 4-run lead for Jackson, 6-2 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Ashton Eldridge goes out for inning number 3 as the Jackson Giants lead the Evanston Outlaws 6-2. Evanston 5-0 on conference play, Jackson 0-5. And it's undefeated in conference versus searching for that first win. And if Jackson can get this one, it could be a turning point in the season for them.
Yeah, most definitely, and especially when you're talking about AA baseball here in Wyoming. You know, you get everybody going to the postseason tournament. So if you get hot at the right time, you could make some noise, even if you don't finish as one of the top seeds.
I got a sneaking suspicion that's what we're going to see with Gillette, even though they're going to be in that 4 seed in the East. Man, that's a tough 4 seed. Parker Bledgy steps into the batter's box. Pretty good game so far. 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. First pitch inside, ball 1 from Ashton Eldridge. Standings throughout the rest of the AA in the state of Wyoming. Cheyenne will be the number 1 seed out of the East as Eldridge delivers the 1-0. This one, grounder right up the middle, gets past Eldridge. Great play by Casey Smith. Throw to first is in time for out number 1. That was a slow roller that made it past the pitcher's mound. Smith saw that it went past Eldridge, picked it up, and fired it over to first for out number 1. Anyway, back to the standings. Right now, a battle for second in the East between Sheridan and Laramie. Sheridan just beat Laramie in the Dickinson, North Dakota Tournament Championship 2-1, and Gillette's going to be the 4. Here in the West, things are just as exciting as the first pitch is a chopper right at the first base. Wow, what a great play by Casey Smith, who is able to cover the ball getting past the first baseman on a hopper. And Smith is there to field it and fire it back over to Allred for out number 2.
Yeah, man, defense putting on a clinic here for the Outlaws in the top of the 4th. And I think really, you talk about the way that Casey Smith has played at second. He's just a smart baseball player, and he's recognizing what's going on around him all the time, and he makes up for a couple of tough plays.
First pitch to Matt Fisher goes in the zone for strike 1. And honestly, I think you see those types of plays as a pitcher, you get a little bit more aggressive thinking, hey, my defense has my back.
Right, you can, maybe pitch a little bit more freely and go back to what really works for you because you don't feel like you have to kind of tiptoe around each at-bat.
And it does feel like that's kind of what was happening in the first and third inning. So far, Evanston's defense, though, responding spectacularly. 2 down, and the pitch to Matt Fisher, swinging a miss at a ball, and that is going to be 1 ball, 2 strikes. Anyway, in the AA West, Casper currently undefeated, sitting at 8-0. Evanston sits second at 5-0. As a strikeout looking will end the inning, so Evanston sits second. This Jackson team, I think, sits third, tied third for Rock Springs. Each of them looking for their first conference win. They might get it. They lead 6-2 going into the bottom of the 4th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
This First Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
Well, we were talking about that type of Roger Maris, Lou Gehrig race for home runs here on the Outlaws. We might have something similar brewing for the Outlaws. Coming into today's game, Gus Allred and Jagger Mitchell tied for the team lead in RBIs. Gus Allred has 2, Jagger still to get 1. So as of right now, Gus Allred leads the team in RBIs at 41. So just like last year between Jagger Mitchell and Brendan Thompson, everyone getting in on the offensive action for the Outlaws. But in this game, it's stalled out a little bit. They trail 6-2 going into the bottom of the 4th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com. Caleb Gooding steps in to lead off the 4th inning. Gooding lined out to the shortstop, last time up. First pitch, swing and a miss at a breaking ball way out in front of that one for strike 1.
Yeah, you really want to see the offense get into a rhythm here because this game is so important. You can really put yourself in a position to be one of the top 2 seeds if you get both wins today.
Well, they're going to have to do something they haven't had to do in conference play in quite a while. I don't think they've had to do it yet this year, and that's come back. Caleb Gooding fouls that one over the back screen, and it's going to be 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gooding. Evanston not used to playing from behind in conference play this year, as the next one is a breaking ball way out in front of his Caleb Gooding for strike 3, and that's out number 1 of the inning. That'll bring up Quentin Elmer.
62, Quentin Elmer.
The left fielder. Elmer popped out to the catcher on a 1-pitch at bat back in the 2nd. And the thing is Evanston has had some great defensive innings, but they've been matched by great defensive innings by Jackson.
Yeah, holding this Evanston team to 2 runs after the 11-run performance earlier.
Fly ball headed for the gap between second and third, diving for it. Between left and right, center and right, diving for it was Fisher. He can't get it, and it's a double for Quentin Elmer.
Yeah, those 2 outfielders just converging, and it was just hit too hard for them to catch up with it.
And that's big. Now you've got a chance to cut this gap down to 3 as Kaysen Smith comes in. Kaysen coming in with a 152 batting average, but I would love to see what his batting average is in clutch situations, as he has many walk-offs this season. First pitch to Kaysen. That one popped up foul over the chain for strike 1. Big opportunity for the Outlaws here. 1 down by 4, and you got a man in scoring position. You don't have to get it all back now. Still plenty of baseball to play, but start the comeback. Next pitch to Smith. That one fouled over the back screen again for strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes to Smith, who seems to have the timing of Ashurst a little bit. So we'll see if he can turn that into a fair hit. Quentin Elmer taking a bit of a lead off of second. Ashurst looks back to check on him, lefty to righty, and this one is a fast roller past the diving third baseman and shortstop, and it's a single. Great hit by Kaysen Smith, and that'll advance Quentin Elmer over to third, and now the tying run is on deck as Clayton Moyles comes in 0 for 2 on game 2.
At bat number 8, Clayton Moore.
And that was just a good piece of hitting by Kason Smith.
Yeah, Kason Smith does just enough to get that one into the outfield. And now you've got a runner 90 feet away, and every extra run that inches you closer gives you more confidence.
Moyles swings that one hard, looking to make it a one-run game in one swing, but he misses for strike one. Runners on the corners for Moyles, who did bat in the last inning, so this was the third time he's seen Ashurst. And the 0-1. This one, chopper down the third base line. It'll stay fair. It'll go off of the glove of Hammond and away from him, and it's bases loaded for the Outlaws.
Number 7.
Moyles reaches on the air, and that'll bring up Hank Allred, who represents the game-tying run, and we all know what happened last time he was up.
Well, that was just an odd play because the ball was bouncing and it was tough. I mean, we're looking right down the third base line, and it appeared to me that it was fair and then bounced foul either right over the bag, right before the bag, or right after it. But it went into foul territory at some point, and the umpires deciding together that it was after the bag that it took a turn foul, and now the Outlaws have the bases loaded.
Well, it went foul off of the glove of Hammond. So a contact made causes the ball to go over the line.
And I get that, but it was already bouncing foul by the time he reached the glove out. It was headed that direction, and it took a hop off a divot in the dirt and went foul. Then he reached out the glove and pushed it further that way.
So we saw this situation in game one. Bodie Wicks was up after hitting a home run, bases loaded, and now we got another situation, except it's Hank Allred. First pitch to Hank. Outside, ball one. Nowhere to put him. So you've got to pitch to him. Only one out for Allred. If he can take this one deep, that's going to score at least one, depending on if it's caught or not. So 1 ball, no strikes to Hank. Pitch from Ashurst. That one chopped foul over the third base line. So it'll be a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Next pitch to Allred. That one in the zone for a strike. Nice breaking ball from Ashurst. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Hank Allred. Gus Allred stands on deck for the Outlaws. Setting at the belt. Ashurst and the delivery. Up high for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Hank Allred. Bases loaded. Runner on third is Kason Smith. Is Quentin Elmer. Kason Smith is on second. And Clayton Moyles on first. Hank Allred and Steven Ashurst in a battle that you get the feeling it could be a turning point in the game for both of these teams. The 2-2. Inside, and it's a full count. High pressure situation for Steven Ashurst and the Giants.
Even just a base hit goes a long way toward helping the Outlaws here.
Ashurst, ball behind the back. He'll come from the stretch. The full count offering. This one, fly ball into center field. It's going deep. Did he do it? No, it's going to be just shy. Allred's going to get 1 RBI. They're going to bring in 2, and it is now a 2-run ball game. 2-run RBI double for Hank Allred.
It's exactly what they needed. Double, 1 hop off the wall, and the Outlaws are right back in it.
He almost had home run number 2, but we'll take this one, and now the Outlaws are back in this ball game and might be taking momentum for themselves. We've seen it time and time again. The Outlaws are down, but they are never out. Gus Allred will come in. He hit a double. See what he does this time around. First pitch to Gus. Outside part of the zone for strike 1.
Now you still got 2 runners in scoring position. Another base hit, and all of a sudden this game might be tied.
Next one popped up high, trying to get there's Hammond, but it's going to be fouled, landing in the bullpen of Jackson.
The other nice thing for the Outlaws is you've still got 2 outs to play with. It was just 1 gone and 2 on.
And Clayton Moyle standing on third, Hank Allred standing on second. 0-2 count to Gus Allred. Try to do something with this at-bat. And the 0-2. This one, fly ball, and this one's climbing up high into center field. Fisher goes back, makes the catch. Tagging up is going to be Clayton Moyles, and it's a 1-run ball game. That's exactly how you do it if you're Gus Allred.
Yeah, Gus, exactly right. Just get good contact, I should say, and just push it out beyond the infield. That's all you need to do, whether you get out or not. And now all of a sudden, this game and the landscape of this matchup is completely different.
And you get the feeling the momentum has shifted towards the boys in blue as they have put up 5 runs in this inning. 4 runs in this inning. And it's a 6-5 lead for Jackson with the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Jagger Mitchell tying run in scoring position as Hank Allred. First pitch to Jagger. It's a high chopper off of the tip of the glove of Bledgy. It goes into the outfield. Hank Allred digging for home. He slides, and he's going to get there. This is a tie ball game.
Jagger Mitchell had to reach for that one. He kind of poked it out toward the shortstop, and a tough play to make there. And off the glove, and just like that, we are even. How about these Outlaws not giving up at all? And they had the confidence knowing the offense could go out there and get the runs they needed to get right back in this game.
Never out of this one. They can go down, but we have seen them come back from big holes like this, and they were down by 5 at one point, and they've put 5 on the board in this one. 6-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. First pitch to Bodie Wicks, outside part of the zone from the right-hander for strike 1. Hank Allred with a homer and a double, leading the offense with 3 RBIs. As Ashurst delivers to Wicks, swing and miss at a breaking ball, way out in front of that one, and he knows it for strike 2. Slaps his leg in frustration as he's walking away from the batter's box. So no balls, 2 strikes to Wicks. Similar count that we saw from Gus Allred. We'll see what Wicks does with it. Ashurst kicks and deals. This one, contact headed towards the shortstop. Great slide by Bledgy. Throw to first is in time for the out, but the damage is done. The Outlaws bring in 5, and it is a 6-6 ball game on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Or like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515.
Well, we asked for the bats to wake up, and it happened. Down by 5, and the Outlaws respond, putting up 5 in the bottom of the third, and it is a 6-6 ball game. Wow. Great performance by the Outlaws, and now we'll see if the defense can settle in and really start to take advantage of this one. Hank Allred with 3 RBIs on the day. That's half of the Evanston offense. And the Outlaws now have given the run support that I think that if you're a pitcher like Ashton Eldridge, hey, let's get aggressive. I know my bats are starting to wake up, so let's make it happen. The pitch count has gotten to go up a little bit for Stephen Asher, 74, while Eldridge will throw 77 here in a moment. And it'll be to the pitcher, Stephen Ashurst.
First pitch strikes will be key in this inning for Ashton Eldridge. You know, going after batters, attacking them, and getting ahead in counts, as Jackson's got some movement in their bullpen.
Yeah, and we'll see what's going on. Nothing going on in Evanston's right now.
Number 32, Stephen Ashurst.
As it looks like a right-hander warming up in Jackson. First pitch to Ashurst will miss for a ball. Eldridge and the 1-0. This one, fly ball into center field. Moyles takes maybe about 3 steps back actually to try to get it. No, it'll actually get past him. I'm not sure what happened. Moyles looked like he was going to play it. Either way, it drops, and Ashurst is on his way to third, and it's another triple for Stephen Ashurst.
Yeah, that's a rough mistake for the Outlaws and a costly one at that. You go from, you know, getting the first out in just a couple of pitches to now looking at a runner on third with nobody out, and it just lost track of the baseball in the sky. That one was hit a mile high, and poor Clayton Moyles just couldn't find it.
Looks like Parker Bledgy warming up for the Giants right now in the bullpen. So what looked like to be a routine flyout just kind of went a little topsy-turvy. First pitch to Aaron Huggins, and this one popped up high into center field, and Moyles makes the grab. Tagging up and trying to go home is going to be Ashurst, and he'll get there no problem. So you trade the out for the run, and Jackson back on top, 7-6.
Yeah, that ball that got away from Moyles did a great job that time around, but the ball that got away the first time ends up being so costly for the Outlaws defense. And you hope that what Ashton Eldridge does here is turn around and go after these guys and get outs. You know, I think as a pitcher sometimes if something doesn't go your way in the field, you can let it get to you and then it affects your pitching. If Eldridge can just put aside all the noise and go after these next few batters, I think that'll serve the Outlaws much better.
First pitch to Hammond. Misses inside for ball 1. Hammond, he is 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout in this one. Eldridge delivers the 1-0. Way inside and high. Hammond has to kind of get out of the way from the right-handed side of the batter's box. So 2 balls, no strikes to Bridger Hammond. Austin Van Skyke stands on deck for the Giants. And the pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Eldridge trying to settle in a little bit. He seems to give good innings on the even numbers and then gets a little bit slower out of there on the odd numbers. See if he can break that streak here. And the pitch. Inside, 3 balls, 1 strike to Bridger Hammond. Ashton from the windup and the 31. Fouled over the back screen, and it's now a full count. Payoff pitch coming, and it's an important one. There's a world of difference between 2 down, facing Van Skyke, who had a home run off of you, and 1 down with 1 on. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Hammond. And the pitch. That one fouled into the screen, so we'll hold full.
Shadows are also going to become an issue here with the clouds moving in and out and with the sun starting to go down and pushing the shadows of like the lights, etc., across the field. You might see that come into play trying to find the ball.
3-2 is going to go inside, and it's a tough battle lost by Eldridge, and Hammond will go to first. That'll bring up Van Skyke, who hit
at bat number 17, Austin
a
Van Skyke.
solo shot back in the third. The lefty, it was his first home run of the year. Eldridge with the ball behind his back. Checks the runner at first. Coming from the stretch. Throw back to first to check up on the runner. That is Hammond. He's back in time, no problem. Wind blowing from right to left field. And the pitch. Runner's going. Fouled into the screen, and it'll be all for naught as Hammond will have to jog back to first after trying to get to second on the play. Austin Van Skyke. No balls, one strike to the left-handed hitter. Eldridge throws back to first, checking up on Hammond, and Hammond definitely occupying some space in the young right-hander's mind right now. No action in the bullpen right now for either clubs, although it looked like Parker Bledgy was throwing. Next pitch misses up high and out. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike to Van Skyke. As it looks like Bledgy will be getting ready to go in to start the bottom of the 5th. Eldridge delivers. That one down the zone for a strike. Throw back to first. Did he get him? No. It's a close call. Evanston fans are not happy about it, but the strike goes through. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes, and stealing second on a close call is Bridger Hammond. Great tag by Jagger Mitchell, but it was just a hair too late as a fake throw to second chases Hammond back to second. Eldridge definitely letting him know, I am aware of you. Checks the runner and delivers. Up high and off of the glove of Hank Allred. It's going to be a foot race to get to the ball, but it'll be Bridger Hammond who gets there on the passed ball to third. So a runner 90 feet away with 1 down in a 2-2 count. And now this pitch becomes very important. This at-bat becomes very important because if you can get an out here, you're not worried about the runner at third. The 2-2 from Eldridge. That one is going to be up high and out from the left-hander for ball 3. It's another full count for Ashton Eldridge. He's going to go from the windup, not worried about the runner at third. And the pitch. Up high, and he walked him. So runners on the corners after back-to-back walks. That'll bring up Owen Kana. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and grounded out to the shortstop. Back in the third. Big at-bat coming up for Jackson and the Outlaws as Jackson has retaken the lead on a sacrifice fly RBI to deep center field by Aaron Huggins after a triple by Steven Ashurst. Throw back to first to check up on the runner. It's a close play. Eldridge thought he had him, but they say he's safe.
Both Eldridge and Allred have got pretty good pickoff moves, and every once in a while it really pays off. But I think sometimes the fact that their pickoff moves are so good, it stays off the stat sheet, but it's so important in keeping runners at bay because these guys have done their homework. They know what kind of pickoff moves these pitchers have.
First pitch popped over the screen for strike 1. This is Owen Kana. He is 0 for 2 on the day, 0 for 1 in game 2. Only got 1 at-bat in game 1 and was a ground-out victim. So still looking for his first hit of the doubleheader. 7-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jackson leads with 1 down in the top of the first. Throw back to first. Allred, they're going to catch him in a pickle. And they throw back to third instead because the runner was trying to go home. Bridger Hammond was going to take off because they had the runner caught in the pickle, but a smart move by Gus Allred. Let the runner get to second. Now he doesn't have anywhere to steal, but hold the runner at third. Smart move by Allred.
Yeah, the old double steal executed to perfection by Jackson. Obviously, you want that guy from third to go home. That's the ultimate goal. But if you can get the guy over to second, that's, nice little consolation prize. That's exactly how the play is supposed to work. A lot of savvy first and second basemen will try to hold on to the ball a split second longer to try to fool the runner into third on going home. At this level, I don't really trust that. I'd much rather have you take the safe route, let the guy steal second, almost kind of like defensive indifference. We'll go down to the score sheet like that. And just don't even risk that run scoring.
0-1 goes to 0-2 after the foul ball, and the 0-2 count. That one up high and in. Chases Kana off of the plate from the right-handed side of the batter's box, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Owen Kana. Runners on second and third. You've got Hammond on third and Van Skyke on second. Eldridge checks the runner at second and the delivery. Breaking ball barely misses inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, man, Eldridge wanted that one so bad. Would have been a big turning point in this inning.
Still a chance to get it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Swing and a miss and a big strikeout for Ashton Eldridge.
Just what the doctor ordered right there. Now you can go after this next hitter and try to get yourself the final out of the inning against the bottom of the order.
7 strikeouts for Ashton Eldridge, and 2 of them coming against this next batter, Xander Witt. He's 0 for 3 on the day, 0 for 2 in the game with 2 strikeouts.
Xander Witt.
Eldridge going from the stretch with runners on second and third with 2 down, and the pitch. First pitch inside, ball 1. Runner on third is Bridger Hammond, got there via a walk, and then a stolen base to second and a wild pitch to third, and then Van Skyke got to first on a walk, and then a stolen base to second. Very active on the base paths, the Jackson Giants, and the 1-0. Inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Xander Witt.
Yeah, you don't really want to face the top of the order in this situation. I know you've got first base open, but this is really the guy that you want to go after.
Eldridge will go from the windup and the 2-0. That one in the zone for strike 1, so 2 balls, 1 strike. Eldridge back in this battle. It's only a 1-run lead for Jackson. Evanston came back down by 5 in the bottom of the 4th, the 1-2. That one misses inside. 3 balls, 1 strike to Xander Witt. Witt popped out to second in his 1 at-bat in game 1. And the 3-1. And that's in the zone. Witt thought he was going for a walk.
Good looking pitch from Eldridge. Now if you can finish this guy off, get a little momentum, down by 1, and let the offense go to work.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes to Witt. Eldridge has struck him out twice before. Will we get a third? The delivery. That one outside, and bases are loaded for the Giants.
And not only bases loaded, but now you got to face the top of the order again.
At bat number
Parker
4,
Bledgy comes
Parker
in
Bledgy.
1 for 3, a single and a run scored, a line out to third, and a ground out to second as he steps in to face Eldridge for the 4th time. Eldridge has faced 6 batters in this inning, has given up 1 run. Bases are loaded, 2 down, and the first pitch to Bledgy. In the zone for strike 1. First pitch strike. That is the number 1 goal in a big at-bat like this. And it's mission accomplished on that front. See if Eldridge goes right back at him on an 0-1 count. From the windup and the delivery. Outside, good stop by Hank Allred, and low. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. You've got Hammond on third, ready to come home at anything. Van Skyke on second, and Xander Witt on first. None of them got on via the hit, all the walk. Eldridge with the 1-1. In the zone, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big pitch coming up for Ashton Eldridge. He's got 7 strikeouts on the day, looking for 8, and to get out of here, only giving up 1 run in what was a tie ball game. 7-6 Jackson here in the top of the 5th, 2 down. And the 1-2. This one, chopper down the third base line. That's going to get into the outfield and roll to the corner. 1 run scores, 2 run scores, throw to third, and it's a 2-run RBI double for Parker Bludgy.
And that one stings just a little bit extra. The Outlaws so close to getting out of the inning, and then all of a sudden, everything changes on one swing, and what feels like a harmless ground ball just gets by.
And now they're going to have a conversation. It looks like it's going to be Kason Smith now to come in and try to close it down. Ashton Eldridge goes 4 2/3 innings pitched, as his pitch count was just getting too high. I think he actually reached close to it. So he'll come out. He did a good job. 7 strikeouts on the day for Eldridge to add to his team's second place 54, so that puts him at 61 on the day. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll talk more about the closer for Evanston, Kason Smith, when we come back after this on the First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils. West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
The undefeated right-hander Kason Smith comes in 5-0 record, 3.31 ERA. And Kason, number 3 on the team in strikeouts with 38. But this guy throws pretty much 2 pitches, fast and faster.
Yeah, I love this decision to put Kason Smith in this situation. You need to stay close. You need a guy who can give you good pitches. And with the Outlaws not playing again until next Monday, you know, you've got the ability to use the arms you need to go out and get these victories, which you most definitely need.
By the way, Ryan Baldwin now comes in. He'll play second, and that is a big help in the defensive front. So Baldwin comes in and plays second. I'm guessing he'll probably take over the batting spot of Ashton Eldridge.
What an embarrassment of riches at second base between Ryan Baldwin, the plays we saw him make in Game 1.
Kason Smith.
Kason Smith, the plays we saw him make here in Game 2, as now he goes to the mound, and you can just transition right into Ryan Baldwin.
We'll have a full book in a minute on Ashton Eldridge as Kason Smith comes in to the top of the 5th with only 1 out to get. And a runner on third, though, in the form, or on second and third. First pitch to Grayland. It's a slow roller to Jagger Mitchell, and he can't get a hold of it. He's going to throw home, try to get the out. Did he get it? Yes! Got him! So 1 run scores on the play. Kason only has to deliver 1 pitch, and that's going to be the inning. So it is now 10-6. Evanston down by 4 heading into the bottom of the 5th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
This First Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
Well, they give up 4 after tying the game up at 6, and it's 10-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. It'll be the 6, 7, 8 hitters due up. Ryan Baldwin, though, comes into the game. He'll lead off the inning. First at bat of the game after going 1 for 2 in Game 1. ELAN and CULLEN HOLT bringing you the action live from the final game of the season from Ross Kesterson Field. After this, it'll be 2 in Jackson on Monday, and then 4 in Casper on next Wednesday and next Thursday. And then we're off to the state tournament. First games on July 26th in Laramie. You can catch every pitch of the 2021 AA state tournament on mylocalradio.com. We're going to have all of them. Cheyenne, Casper, Evanston, Jackson, Rock Springs, Sheridan, Laramie. They're all going to be here on mylocalradio.com. And, of course, Outlaw games continuing on KNYN 99.1 FM as well. Ryan Baldwin getting ready to step into the batter's box. Right-handed batter, as I mentioned earlier, 2 for 1 in Game 1. This will be his first time seeing Stephen Ashurst, who goes out for inning number 5 of work.
Ryan Baldwin feels like, you know what, I know he's been producing, but it feels like a big hit is coming.
And it is. It's a flare into right field and a leadoff single for the Outlaws. That is the first time they've led off an inning with a hit.
That bodes well when you're trying to make up a 4-run deficit. Get the leadoff man on. 10, never hurts.
And now here comes Caleb Gooding to come in. Caleb 0 for 2 for the day. He lined out to the shortstop and struck out as Ashurst delivers first pitch. Fouled into the ground, rolling to the screen for strike 1. Caleb Gooding due to go off at any moment, coming in with a 282 batting average. Or 209 batting average, excuse me. And the first pitch, nope, actually it'll be a throwback to first to check up on Baldwin. By the way, that'd be pitch number 2 of the at-bat as the count sits at 0-1 after Gooding fouled the first offering into the back screen. Ashurst from the stretch, lefty to righty, checks the runner at first, and the 0-1. Breaking ball way up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Caleb Gooding.
I feel like Caleb Gooding just kind of flies under the radar sometimes.
There's so many guys on this team that does that.
He is a really big piece of this team.
1-1 swung on and missed for a strike, so 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah, Caleb Gooding, you could say the same thing about Quentin Elmer. Ryan Baldwin, as we talked about. Believe it or not, Kason Smith, I think you could add to that list. Next pitch to Gooding, inside, good, snag by Aiden Grayland.
You know, there are big names on this team, the Gus Allreds of the world, the Jagger Mitchells.
Hank Allred now.
Right, but, you know, there are guys that just produce. They put their head down and they just produce for this team.
2-2, way inside, and it's a full count to Caleb Gooding. If he can work a walk or somehow get on, you got a runner in scoring position with nobody down. That's how you cut into a 4-run lead. Grayland with the payoff pitch. This one, fly ball into center field. Fisher makes the grab for out number 1, and that is going to keep the runner at first. Good idea by Gooding. Good contact. It just was right at the center fielder. Matt Fisher. And that'll bring up Quentin Elmer, who got a double last time he was up. And I think we're going to make the change now, as at 80 pitches, I think Stephen Ashurst's day is done, as I think we will get a pitching change. And we'll go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll tell you who it is for Jackson on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
So for Parker Bledgy, closing the book, we can't quite close the book on him since he's responsible for Ryan Baldwin on first, but he goes 4 1/3 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts, no walks, and the homer. So it'll be Parker Bledgy comes in 0-1 record with a 5.83 ERA. For Ashton Eldridge, he'll go 4 2/3 innings pitched. He'll give up 10 runs, 8 of them earned, and 8 hits, 7 strikeouts with 5 walks. Kason Smith, though, in relief right now, but Parker Bledgy coming in for Jackson. Bledgy, 0-1 record, 5.83 ERA, but that is on a small sample size. Only 6 innings pitched for Bledgy in 2021, according to Game Changer. And now here comes the left-handed hitting Quentin Elmer, who is 1 for 2. Last time he was up, hit a double. And would love to repeat that and try to get that runner in first in the form of Brian Baldwin in, as Bledgy will be the right-hander going from the stretch. Bledgy agrees on the sign, sets at the cheek, and then delivers hard-throwing fastball outside for ball 1 to Quentin Elmer.
Yeah, Jackson and Evanston making similar decisions with what goes on the mound. They want to get a really good pitcher out there who can try to shut this thing down. Evanston wants to give themselves a chance to come back. Jackson wants to make sure they come away with a victory today.
Swing and a miss by Elmer for strike 1. Give you a defensive reset on Jackson. I believe Aaron Huggins is out at first, and Stephen Ashurst is in at first. This one, fly ball into right field, and it's caught by Owen Kana for out number 2. That'll now bring up Kason Smith. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
At bat, number 28, Kason
And
Smith.
with 2 down, Ryan Baldwin stands on first, and Evanston in danger of stranding him. Clayton Moyle standing on deck. If the Outlaws can avoid getting an out here. Bledgy with the pitch. Swing and a miss at a hard fastball. Got a piece of it for strike 1. So tipped into the glove of Aiden Grayland. The pitch, this one, fly ball into right field, but hooking foul. So it'll be no balls, 2 strikes to Kason Smith, who's now got to protect. Bottom of the 5th, 10-6 Jackson on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Runner on first with 2 down. That runner's Ryan Baldwin. Next one gets past the pitcher, or the catcher, Aiden Grayland, And going over on the pass ball to scoring position is Ryan Baldwin, who hit the leadoff single. So now you've got a runner in scoring position for Kason Smith. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the right-handed hitter. Bledgy wants a new ball. Looks like he's going to get it, as the umpire just tosses him a new one, and they'll throw that one out. So Aiden Graylen, who lost that one behind the plate, now sets and gives the sign to Bledgy. Bledgy from the stretch, and the 1-2. Reaching for that one is Kason Smith. It's a high chopper going in and out of the glove of Austin Van Skyke, and Kason Smith reaches on the air. Advancing to third was Ryan Baldwin. And after the error, that'll bring up Clayton Moyles with a runner on third. Moyles reached on air last time up. He's 0 for 2.
At bat number 8, Clayton Moyles.
And we've seen Evanston go out on 2-out rallies before. We're about to see another one. Down by 4. If you can just get one here, that makes that a little bit more manageable in the 6th and 7th innings. We're in Evanston, so it will be Evanston who has the last at-bat. First pitch to Moyles off speed. Swing and a miss out in front of that one for strike 1. Good pitch selection from Parker Bledgy. Some Moyles into the right-handed side of the batter's box. Calls time, and he gets it. Runners on the corners. Third, you've got Ryan Baldwin. First, you've got Kason Smith, who reached on an error on the second baseman, Austin Van Skyke. Bledgy with the pitch. Fouled into the chain link behind him for strike 2. Quick 2-strike count on Clayton Moyles. So no balls, 2 strikes to Clayton. Hank Allred stands on deck, who's had a heck of a game. A home run and a double for him, combining for 3 RBIs. Bledgy from the stretch and a pitcher's count. 0-2. The pitch. Up high and in for ball 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Moyles, who's trying to work his way back into this one. The pitch to Moyles. Swing and a miss, and that's going to end the inning. So we can officially close the book on Stephen Ashurst. And we'll have that for you when we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on MyLocalRadio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit MyLocalRadio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. Fisher, Ashurst, and Huggins due up for the Giants. Fisher currently 1 for 3, hasn't gotten a hit since the first inning. He's since then has grounded out to the pitcher and struck out as Kason Smith gets ready for his second third of an inning. It only took him 1 pitch to get out of that 5th inning as we roll into the top of the 6th. As it'll be Fisher, Ashurst. Huggins is the scheduled 3rd batter, but I thought they pulled him. We'll see if that is the case.
Aaron Huggins was at 3rd on defense for Jackson.
Did they move him over there?
I believe so.
Okay, so then where did they put Bridger Hammond then? Because you had Parker Bledgy over at third earlier, and then we'll figure it out, I'm sure, as we see what's going on. Late in a high-scoring affair, 16 runs between the two sides, 10-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Matt Fisher will lead it off for us. 1 for 3 on the game. 2 for 5 on the day. As Kason Smith gets some last-minute encouragement from his corner infielders, Bodie Wicks at third and Gus Allred at first.
At bat, number 8, Matt Fisher.
Smith goes from the windup and the delivery. First pitch inside, ball 1. Fisher into the right-handed side of the batter's box on the 1-0. That one finds the zone. Nice fastball from Smith. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Great defense often leads to really good offense. So if you can get a good defensive inning here, get some momentum going to the bottom of the 6th.
1-1 chopped right at Jagger Mitchell. Throw across the diamond is going to take Gus Allred off of the plate. He had to make the throw on the run. I'm giving it as an infield single to Matt Fisher. And that'll be Steven Ashurst now a chance with a runner on. Ashurst came in 0 for 2 on the day, but has gone 3 for 3. A single and 2 triples for the lefty off of Ashton Eldridge. So Smith will go from the stretch. Smith, one of those pitch for contact type guys who just kind of likes to blow it past you. First pitch, that one shown bunt, and it hit him. So Ashurst gets on via the hit by pitch, and now you've got runners on first and second. Out at any base, though, if you're the Outlaws, for Aaron Huggins.
At bat, number 22, Aaron Huggins.
Huggins comes in 0 for 2, a strikeout, reached on an error, and a sac fly RBI.
Well, Kason Smith pitches well around base runners, which is good. But we've seen Jackson be pretty aggressive on the base paths.
Jackson looking to do what they did back in the first, and that's play that really small ball game and lay down those bunts, as Huggins was showing bunt but held it back. Ball 1 to Huggins.
Already crossed over the 2-hour mark. The first game was under 2 hours. And, man, just the differences you can have between game 1 and 2 in these doubleheaders.
Huggins shows bunt again, outside, ball 2. And it's no secret where Huggins is wanting to put it. So the corner infielders are going to be playing in on the pitch. 2 balls, no strikes to Huggins. The wind blowing around. That one bunted foul, and it's a strike. Gus Allred, though, would have been there with plenty of time to throw Huggins out. Ryan Baldwin was covering the bag at first, so it would have been an out to move the runners over.
You know, I wonder if you're going to bunt it down the first baseline and you're charging from first, would it be easier to try to go to third with a force? You know, if you feel like you've got enough time. It wasn't a great jump at second.
That one bunt foul for strike 2 into the back screen. And if Kason Smith can get him to strike out, that would be a big boon for the Outlaws.
Yeah, so you've taken the bunt off the table pretty much here, which allows your infield to play it a little bit more straight up.
2 balls, 2 strikes. So he's got some pitches to play with. Smith from the stretch with the 2-2. Inside part of the zone, catches him looking for strikeout number 1 on the day for Kason. And I'll bring up Bridger Hammond. He worked a walk and came around and scored last time up. So he's got 2 walks and a strikeout for an overall 0 for 1. In game 1, he went 1 for 2, one of 2 Giants to get hit off of Gus Allred. So 1 down with runners on first and second. Matt Fisher got there on a single. And Ashurst got there after being hit. First pitch misses outside for ball 1. 10-6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston down by 4 here in the top of the 6th with 1 down. Runners on first and second, and the pitch. Up high and in, 2 balls, no strikes to Bridger Hammond. Austin Van Skyke, apologies, standing on the on-deck circle. Smith sets at the belt, checks the runner at second, and the delivery. Fouled into the screen, 2 balls, 1 strike for Hammond. Not in a situation where you got to keep the pitch count low for Kason Smith, so you can take him deep in these counts and not stress if you're Outlaw fans. Their next game is going to be Monday, same game times, 1 o'clock and 3:30, live from Jackson. We'll have that on K9 and mylocalradio.com. The 2-1. Swing and a miss at a fastball for strike 2. And Kason Smith has worked it back into a 2-2 count.
Problem becomes if you throw too many pitches, give this offense a chance to see all that you have.
Smith sets at the belt and the 2-2. No, it's going to be caught. A runoff and great throw to third. Did they get the out at third? They did. Strange play. Matt Fisher was caught in between second and third. Kaysen looked back just to casually check on him, and he's already halfway down the baseline, so Kaysen starts running him down on foot, chases him close to the bag, and then just lightly tosses the ball to Bodie Wicks, who applies the tag, and they cut him down. So a 1-5 put out, and now it's 2 outs. 2-2 to Bridger Hammond. The pitch outside, great stop in the dirt by Hank Allred. He loses it, though, and that'll send the runner at second, who is Stephen Ashurst, down to third on the passed ball. So now it's a 3-2 count, 2 down, and just a minute ago, Evanston was wondering how they get that second out. Well, they got that one, and now 2 down, runner on third. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Smith to Bridger Hammond, and the pitch. This one shallow fly ball in to foul territory. Gus Allred goes and makes the catch out of play by the Evanston dugout. So the Outlaws don't give up a run, and they still trail by 4 going into the bottom of the 6th. 6-10 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and mylocalradio.com.
Folks have many reasons to visit Casper, Wyoming every year, whether it's work, high school sports and activities, a romantic getaway, or business meetings. The best place to stay when you're in Casper is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. A beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, a pool, fitness center, and a fabulous indoor atrium. You can also reserve meeting rooms for your next event, and each stay includes an extended continental breakfast. Reserve your rooms today at the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper, Wyoming. Call 307-472-6300.
Evanston Regional Hospital is an affiliate of the University of Utah Health. Our partnership builds on a long tradition of collaboration between Evanston Regional Hospital and University of Utah Health. Inside these doors, our dedicated staff is committed to being your caring partner in your healthcare journey. Whether you need an MRI or surgery, are expecting a new baby, or you're having a heart attack, Evanston Regional Hospital is here to help. Evanston Regional Hospital. Healing begins here.
An appropriate song choice. This Means War by Avenged Sevenfold, as the Outlaws are in a war with the Jackson Giants. 6-10, road team on top here in Evanston. As we enter the bottom of the 6th, the hot-hitting Hank Allred will lead it off. It'll be Hank, Gus, and then Jagger Mitchell. Probably the 3 batters you really want up there if you're the Evanston Outlaws. Allred, 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 3 RBIs.
Yeah, this is the Outlaws' time. They've come back before in this game. Question is, can they do it again?
New pitcher against it, Parker Bledgy. First pitch outside, ball 1 to Hank Allred. Hank Allred came into this game with a .305 batting average. You'll see that one creep up. just a little bit, and the 1-0. Swing and a miss at a ball way down low for strike one. Hank was looking to do something with that pitch as that swing was a hard one. And the 1-1 outside down low in the dirt for ball two.
I've said it all game with the Outlaws playing from behind. You just can't chase runs. You know, that when you were not chasing runs in game one, when you were comfortable at the plate, you ended up putting up 11. But when you get into a situation where you're trying to do too much, trying to force something that's not there, you end up frustrated.
2-1. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2 to Hank Allred. Evanston down by 4. You think that they need 2 or 3 in this one to really make it manageable back in the bottom of the 7th, where we only play 7 innings in Wyoming American Legion Baseball. The 2-2 on the way. Allred flares that one right at the shortstop. Hammond, throw to first. It's not in time. No. They say it took him off the bag. Ashurst does not agree with the call, but it is a single for the Hammer and Hank Allred, and I'm going to do it. That's a family cycle for the Allreds. Single and the homer goes to Hank as well as the double. Actually, no, we're waiting for the triple.
Yeah, still waiting on the triple.
Yeah, still waiting on the triple. You're right. And now here's Gus Allred. Comes in with a runner on first, so a triple gives them the family cycle and would really help the Outlaws. First pitch to Gus inside part of the zone for strike one. For some reason, I thought the triple was already hit, but that was last game.
Yeah, Hammond, he had it in his bread basket and just couldn't hang on to it and gobble it up in time to make a clean throw.
Next pitch to Gus outside. Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike to Allred with a runner on first. Pledgy sets at the cheek. This one, fly ball into deep right field, and that is going to one-hop the fence. Great hit by Gus Allred. They're going to tell Hank to go home. Gus is in with a stand-up RBI double. Wait, is it not done yet? The throw is short, so Hank comes in. Wow, what a play in right field by Owen Kana to make that one as close as it was, but it is an RBI double for Gus Allred.
And look who's coming to the plate now for the Outlaws with a runner in scoring position.
Jagger, 2 for 3 with an RBI. Reached on an error last time up. And with nobody down, this is exactly where the Outlaws want to be, trying to come back. Down by 4, now they're down by 3. 10-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. First pitch to Jagger inside. It looked like it might have caught a little bit of him, but he got out of the way. Ball 1. You got Bodie Wicks, who's due in this game, standing on deck, so this could be a big inning for the Outlaws. Runner on second is Gus Allred after the RBI double. This one popped up way high, but it's not going to go very far into shallow center right field. Running over to make the play is Austin Van Skyke, the second baseman, who gloves it for out number 1. So pop out to second base, and that'll bring up Bodie Wicks. 1 for 3, a single back in the first, a ground out to the shortstop in the third, and then in the fourth, and then a fly ball into center field in the third.
Obviously, no one in the building would complain for Outlaw fans if they were to come back in this inning, but when you're trying to make it bite-sized goals, is that one just misses, then really what you want to do for the Outlaws is just make it close enough to where you feel like you can get a run or two in the bottom of the 7th and walk this thing off.
Pitch by Pledgy. That one misses, and it's no strikes, 2 balls to Wicks. Ryan Baldwin, who was the first batter that Pledgy faced, actually scratched that. And the last batter that Ashurst faced with a single stands on deck. The 1-1 in there for a strike. So 2 balls, 1 strike, excuse me. Runner on second is Gus Allred after the stand-up RBI double. That scored Hank Allred to cut the lead down to 3. Next one to Wicks. Down low, strike at the knees. Close call, and the count runs even at 2. Pledgy came in with 1 down in the 4th, and he got the 2 outs. The 2-2 to Wicks. Breaking ball catches the zone, and he goes down looking. I believe that is the second strikeout for Parker Pledgy, and that'll bring up Ryan Baldwin, who's 1 for 1 with a single. That same single could result in this going down to a 2-run deficit for the Outlaws. Pledgy's going to come to from the stretch. 2 down. Runner on second is Gus Allred. And the pitch. This one, fly ball. It's climbing high into the shallow outfield grass. Van Skyke, the second baseman, retreats back and gloves the pop out. So 1 run comes across on the RBI double by Gus Allred, and it's a 3-run lead for Jackson. 10-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We got 1 more inning scheduled to play. We'll have it when we come back on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston baseball on K9 and mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest, so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Outlaws find themselves down by 3 going into the 7th inning. They got 1 back in the bottom of the 6th thanks to an RBI double by Gus Allred. As Kason Smith gets on the mound for out number 5. They asked him to get 7 as he came in with 2 down in the 4th. He got 3 fairly quickly in the 6th, and now he'll get ready for the 2nd inning of work for him. Looking to see if we have any changes. Jaden Schneider now coming in at 3rd baseman to replace Bodie Wicks. So Jaden will probably take Wicks' spot in the lineup. Wicks hit in that last inning, so unless things go really, really right for Evanston, you don't expect to see him at the plate. Austin Van Skyke is going to lead it off. Van Skyke 1 for 2 with a home run back in the 3rd. A big reason why Jackson is still holding on to this lead and has not trailed all game. That started with 3 quick runs in the 1st, and that might have been all the momentum Jackson needed, but Evanston has definitely clawed back over and over again and would like to come out and improve to 5-0 in conference play. Down by 3, though, in the 7th inning as Van Skyke, the left-handed infielder, steps into the batter's box. Worked a walk against Ashton Eldridge last time he's up. This will be his first time facing Kason Smith. The first pitch by Smith in the zone. Nice fastball from the right-hander to the left-handed batter for strike 1.
Kason Smith working quickly and getting outs here in the top of the 7th is going to be key to if the Outlaws can come back and walk it off in the bottom or at least tie it and force extras.
0-1 fly ball into center field. This one is going to carry a ways. It 2-hops the wall. Van Skyke headed for second, and it's a stand-up leadoff double for Austin Van Skyke. Kason Smith comes in with a perfect 5-0 record. That's going to hold as he can't be on the hook for the loss. If anything, he can pick up the win if Evanston's able to come back and win this one. Here's Owen Kana. He is 0 for 2 with a walk and a ground out to shortstop and a strikeout. He was the last batter that was thrown. This one, a beautiful bunt, drops right in front of the plate. Throw over to first. Ryan Baldwin makes a heads-up play. The catch is early enough that he falls off of the bag. His toe comes off the bag, and then he gets up and puts it back on before the out. The first base coach for Jackson thought he didn't get back in time, but from my eyes, he most definitely did. It's a sacrifice bunt by Owen Conda to move the runner over. So
yeah, Baldwin was almost laying flat on his stomach by the time he actually made that play, and yet another acrobatic move by Ryan Baldwin to get an out.
Xander Witt 0 for 2 with a walk and 2 strikeouts, and the pitch. First pitch, this one is fouled off of the plate, barely rolling over the first base line. Hank Allred was hustling there to make sure he got there just in case it didn't roll foul, so they could throw the runner out. However, that runner would score from third. Xander Witt will face Smith. 0-1, pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Witt. Parker Bledgy stands on deck. He had a 2-run RBI double. He was the last batter that Ashton Eldridge faced. And the pitch, 1-1. Hard fastball catches the bottom outside part of the zone. Lower corner from the right-handed hitting Witt for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With 1 out, a strikeout here would be huge. It takes away really the runner at third. And the pitch, that one inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Still a pitcher's count for Smith. Would like to get rid of this batter quickly. And the 2-2. Fastball, that one inside, and it's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Xander Witt, who worked a walk last time. On the verge of doing it again. Smith with the full count offering. Swing and a miss and a big strikeout for out number 2. Strikeout number 2 for Kaysen, and that'll bring up Parker Bledgy, who is 2 for 4 with a triple and a double to go with a line out to third and a ground out to second. 2 down with a runner on third. And you said it, Cullen Holtz. In order for Evanston to climb out of this 3-run hole, they've got to work quickly and efficiently. And so far, 3 batters faced and 2 outs for Kaysen Smith. Runner on third, though, is Van Skyke. That one gets past Hank Allred. He's lost the ball, and it's going to be an easy run scored by Austin Van Skyke. And now it's a 4-run lead for the Giants.
Yeah, really, you need momentum going into the bottom of the 7th, and that run hurts. You know, if you can strand a runner in scoring position at third, then you feel like that's the spark your offense might need. Obviously, it's not out of reach, down 4, but that momentum sure would have been nice to have.
Evanston lost 2 conference games last year, both of them to Jackson in the final doubleheader in Jackson after Evanston 10-run Jackson in both games in Evanston in their penultimate home series. Pitch from Smith. Second one to Bledgy now goes upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. So Jackson, no stranger to taking conference games from Evanston. Evanston still won on the tiebreaker. The pitch. Outside, trying to frame it, though, was Hank Allred. 3 balls, no strikes. So we'll see what Bledgy does. Does he have the green light, or is he going to hold on a 3-0 count? And here's the offering. He offered at that one, and it's fouled into the screen. You don't see it often, but sometimes players have a green light in that situation.
You know, I think with 2 outs and a 4-run lead and the base is empty, it's not quite the typical situation. Here late in the game, you might be able to give him a little bit more freedom to go after a pitch if he feels like he can make good contact.
Kaysen in a 3-1 count, the delivery. Fouled back, and it's a full count. Working back down, 3-0. And with 2 down, nobody on. 1 runner already came in. Van Skyke hit a leadoff double was sacrificed over to third on the bunt by Oankana. And then a wild pitch pass ball, not sure what they're calling it. He scored on it. And a full count offering, 3-2. That one outside, and it's going to be a big battle walk for Parker Pledge. Here comes Aiden Grayland, who is 1 for 3.
At bat, number
and
3,
reached on an error.
Grayland.
But he actually was the one that ended the inning. He reached on an error, and then they cut down the runner trying to come home to end the 6th inning. Or 5th inning, rather. 11-7, 4-run lead for Jackson here in the top of the 7th. First pitch to Grayland, swung on and fouled into the screen for strike 1. Evanston trying to come back and win this one and keep themselves in the race for the number 1 spot in the West. Currently, Casper has that spot, sitting at 6-0. A loss here would make it very difficult for them to come back and get it. Pitch by Smith. This one fly ball into center field. Waiting for it beautifully, though, was, I think that's Talon Critchfield now in center field. He makes the grab, and the inning is over. So, Evanston needs 5 to win. It's 11-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Evanston was down 6-1 going into the 4th. They put up 5 runs on the board to tie it up. And then they've slowly but surely clawed their way back into this one. They trail by 4. If they get those same 5 runs, they'll win the game as we go in to the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the order, 2 up. Caleb Gooding, Quentin Elmer, and Kason Smith. So it'll be Gooding coming in. Gooding, he's lined out to the shortstop, struck out, and flown out to center field in his previous 3 plate appearances in this one. And if Evanston has any hope of coming back, you got to think that the first step is get that leadoff man on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so important. We'll see how much fight the Outlaws have left.
First pitch by Bledgy finds the zone for strike 1. Gooding looks back at Jason Mitchell for the sign. He just says, you know what to do. Next pitch outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Gooding. Quentin Elmer stands on deck. Kason Smith in the hole. Evanston down 11-7. Next one to Gooding. Swung on and missed for strike 2. As we are approaching the 6 o'clock hour. The 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And Gooding goes down, is out number 1. Here's Quentin Elmer. He got a double back in the 4th and came around and scored part of that 5-run 4th that Evanston had.
Your job here is to bring the top of the order up. Flip the lineup card over. That's your job.
Kason Smith stands on deck. And back in that fourth, it was Gooding who struck out, and then Elmer with a double. This one is lightly hitting to center field. That's going to find real estate. One hops into the glove of Fisher, and that's what you needed, a single for Quentin Elmer, and that'll bring up Kason Smith, who is 1 for 3 with a single run scored.
So this is where base running mistakes make headlines. You got to be very careful on the base paths. Do not let yourself get thrown out. Do not let a double play happen. It kills momentum, and it could end the game.
First pitch to Smith in there for strike one. Smith didn't know what to do with it. He looks back over at Coach Mitchell, kind of gives a, okay, what do you want me to do? Type look. Great pitch by Bledgy. The 0-1. Swinging at one way inside. And now 0-2 count yet again for Kason, he's had these a few times, but he's been able to kind of get his way out of it sometime, at least once so far. And the 0-2. This one popped up high. It's going to stay in play. It's an infield fly as Bledgy makes the grab, and Evanston's down to their final out. It'll bring up Talon Critchfield, who's now coming in for Clayton Moyles.
At bat, number 1.
So you flip the lineup card over, and I love the way Talon Critchfield's been playing, but he's not a traditional top-of-the-order type guy. Usually you'll see him, when he's batting, when he's starting, toward the bottom of the order. So, yeah, if you're the bottom part of the order, you did your job bringing the top of the lineup back up, but it's, maybe not the traditional leadoff man.
Well, if Critchfield can get on somehow, that'll set up Hank Allred, Gus Allred, Jagger Mitchell, Bodie Wicks.
That's the part of the order that you want.
2 outs to Critchfield. This one swing and fouled into the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike to Critchfield. It is worthy to note at the beginning of the season, Critchfield was at that leadoff spot. And then his bat did cool down a little bit, and that's what's kind of got him bumped down to the bottom of the order. Critchfield knowing the situation, the 1-1. This one, fly ball, and this could do it. Hooking foul, and it is going to be caught, and that's the game. Great play there to end it by Bridger Hammond, and Jackson pick up their first conference win of the year, improve to 1-5. Evanston falls to 5-1, and these two teams split here in Evanston, and it will be a showdown in Teton County on Monday when these two teams face off yet again. Your final score in Game 2, 11-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back with your post-game show after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515.
Two roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when two roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less travel. Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Welcome back to Ross Kesterson Field, our post-game show. Final score in game number 2, 11-7 Jackson gets their first conference win of the season, improved to 1-5. Evanston suffer their first conference loss. And hey, it's baseball. The chances of going undefeated is not great, so you can rebound from this one loss, especially when you look at how Evanston won 11-0 in Game 1 and split here with Jackson. So they are 5-1 in conference. It's time for your Jimmy John's Free Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston, or fast and fresh meat. And Jackson just came out firing on all cylinders in the first inning, putting up 3 runs and going their entire lineup against starter Ashton Eldridge, who unfortunately takes the loss and falls to 4-6 on the season. Evanston would respond with 1 in the first, but Jackson would respond with another big inning in the third and another big inning in the fifth after Evanston had worked their way back to tie the game. Your final score, 11-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Win goes to, man, I think it's Parker Bledgy who gets the win. Goes 2 2/3 innings pitched in relief, 2 hits, 1 run. It was not earned, 3 strikeouts. Ashton Eldridge gets the loss, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 10 runs, 8 of them earned, 7 strikeouts, 5 walks, and gives up the homer. Kason Smith comes up in relief, 2 2/3 innings pitched, 33 pitches thrown. So a very quick day for Kason Smith. 2 hits, 1 run, it was not earned, 2 strikeouts, and 1 walk for Kason Smith. Winner goes to, actually they gave it to Stephen Ashurst. Ashton Eldridge will get the loss. Parker Bledgy, great job in relief. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fast and fresh meat. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have our Dr. McKay Franklin Precision play of the game after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on K9 and MyLocalRadio.com.
At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we know our members by name and we love working with them face-to-face. But did you know that members can also handle almost all banking online? Everything from managing your accounts and paying bills to applying for all types of loans. It's simple and we're happy to help you get started. Join Trona Valley Federal Credit Union today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar-S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar-S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar-S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Your final score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, Jackson 7, Evanston 11 in Game 2 after an 11-0 win by the Outlaws in Game 1. It's time for your Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Dentistry for the entire family. Kason Smith came in relief, but we're going to give it to one of his great defensive plays at second base. This is a chopper hit right at the first base line. It gets past the pitcher, and then a throwback by Kason Smith, who covers the play for the out. And then we also have this one where it's along the first base line. It's past Gus Allred. Kason Smith runs into shallow right field, fields it, and fires it over to first for 2 consecutive outs and 2 great plays by Kason Smith. That's your Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Dentistry for the whole family. Call 307-789-8910 for your appointment today. So here is how the situation now looks in the Double-A West. Evanston has 6 more games to play. 4 against Casper and 2 against Jackson. And now Jackson has 6 more games to play, 2 against Rock Springs and 2 against Evanston. For Evanston, they will be back in action next Monday against the Giants in Jackson. And then they'll play those 4 games in Casper. However, for Jackson, this Friday, they play against Rock Springs in a conference doubleheader in Jackson, and then on Sunday, on the July 19th, they'll play Evanston, and then on the 21st, they'll play away at Rock Springs. So, mathematically, Evanston and Jackson could tie for the number 2 spot if Evanston does not take care of business in Teton County a week from Monday. Big games coming up on Monday in Jackson. Final thoughts, Cullen Holtz.
Yeah, I liked what I saw at a lot of times from Evanston. There were quite a few good moments, things that the Outlaws can build on. Obviously, Game 1 was a whole different story where the Outlaws were frankly dominant. But Game 2, mistakes hurt them, and they just couldn't find a way to crawl back into it. And a lot of credit goes to Jackson as well. They played a very solid game and bounced back very admirably in Game 2. So now you got 2 very good teams that are pseudo-rivals that will kind of duke it out again on Monday.
It's going to be big games with big playoff implications. Invite you to join us live from Jackson, Wyoming. The conference doubleheader Monday, July 19th. Game 1 starting at 1 o'clock. Game 2 at 3:30. We'll have pregame coverage starting at 12:45. On behalf of our producer back in the studio, that's the great Sean Hando, as well as my broadcast partner, Cullen Holt. Your final scores today, 11-0 in Game 1, Evanston, 11-7, Jackson in Game 2. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next time the ball flies, which will be right here on Monday against Jackson in Jackson at 1 o'clock, Game 1, first pitch. I'm ELAN saying thank you so much and take care.
This broadcast has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Special thanks to executive producer Val Cook, office manager Kayleen Anderson, sales manager Julie Burley, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. And a big thank you to our fine sponsors. Thank you for tuning in to the First Bank of Wyoming broadcast. For archive games, talk shows, and interviews, visit MyLocalRadio.com. Like and follow My Local Radio Sports on Facebook and Twitter to stay up to date with all things local athletics.